Right. What are we doing today? We are exploring the Gnarl Marshes. Lone House? Something like this. The lone house is on the edge of the Gnarl Marshes. Looks quite prosperous. It is the remote dwelling of a wizard who has dedicated his life to scientific research. Far withdrawn from the commotion of big city life, local villagers learned long ago that it was unwise to approach this house, so they stay far away. Right, we don't have to go there yet. An ancient and a half-ruined watchtower lost in the depths of the Gnarl Marshes. The local point of interest and source of inspiration for several legends in the area. These tales compete with each other, telling of the tower's construction and, more popularly, its destruction by mysterious, incomprehensible, and usually supernatural forces. The truth is more prosaic. The watchtower was built by dwarves and used to watch the local trade route. Ooh, we're going this way. Definitely going this way. Alright, I need to check my inventory here because we need acid potions, right? Reduce size. Oh shit, don't I have more acid potions? I mean, she can cast acid spells either way, right? Maybe that's good enough. Yeah, I don't have any acid potions left. You have one. Acid flask. You have one. You have two. Pretty good. And you don't have one. Too bad. Do you need all those potions? I don't even know. That's probably fine. Yeah. That's gonna be exciting. A bandit camp? Definitely something we'll have to deal with. What's happening here?
Need to catch my breath.
You indeed need to catch your breath, which means we're gonna go over here and do a rest.
May we have a moment of respite?
No, we're gonna rest first, and then we're gonna go here, do this thing, and then maybe the bandit camp. Who knows? Oh, camp manage. What was the new? What's it called? Do we get them in order? Here we go. What is this? Extends the time you can go without rest, without common fatigued. Oh, that one is fucking great, isn't it? Pretty fucking useful. Save some time. We're not going to be using it this time, because this time we're going in and doing fighting and whatnot, so we might need to rest either way, but when we're just traveling. Especially fucking interface. Interface is trash at traveling.
Don't get me wrong. Knowing how to forgive is as important as knowing how to fight. Without mercy for the defeated, the victor wins no glory.
What do you know about glory?
Right?
The one who defeats everyone else is the most glorious. And the best mercy is killing fast without suffering.
Very quiet. I feel like the audio mixing is not very great. Like, it's too quiet often. go into settings and see. Yeah, oh, I think I remember as well, because if we go into options, sound. Oh, I can mix this around. I thought I fixed this already, but I guess I didn't. You can go down to 90. 80. Let me do 80. Save that. And I'm gonna pulse mixer to... Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Maybe I need to... Fuck me. The audio stream disappears when I tab out, so I can't change the volume for the thing. Well, I guess we can do the parent and get the volume changed. Oop, that's not it. Maybe like that. A little bit better audio mixing. Ah, now... Need to pay attention to that stuff. All right. Gotta answer this message. I'm having a conversation going on the side here. All right. What are we doing? Always. Arc skin. Seems like the mystic advice thing that... Oh, wait. Oh, that's it. Sensei advice. So we can do it on myself. And I can do it on you. Look at that. Oh, and it only takes one? I thought it was going to take two. And we give you one. Does everybody... Does it work the way I hope it does? Yeah, +3 from bark skin. +3 from bark skin. Oh, fantastic. Wait, that means that you don't really need bark skin.
Adventures call to them.
Oh, we're gonna use your bark skin though, so I don't have to use all my key points for just spamming bark skin. Hello, Mass Mage. Let's see again, how are you doing today? Have you got any brain busters today? Oh man. I'm actually pretty bad at that. Taking initiative on bringing out brain busters. Have we talked about the one about time? That one that has confused me in the past. All right. So, how do I frame that as a question? That's not even a question. I feel like I don't have a... I'm not very good at asking questions. I'm better at just... what's that word? Thinking about them. Considering them. That's what I find fun. Otherwise, I'm just interested in the normal stuff, right? Metaphysics. Or, you know what? What is knowledge? There you go. That's a brain fucking buster. What is knowledge? Also, what is time? The time one I was thinking of is... Actually, it is a question. Do you think time exists independently of the observer? No, but... Well, my question is that I don't think it does anymore, which is kind of fucked up. The time doesn't exist without an observer. The brain buster in that way, because it's difficult to imagine reality without time, because I'm very stuck in the idea of time myself. But I feel I feel like you're way better than me to actually ask these questions than I am. Tree has no concept of time? I disagree. Or, well, the tree has no concepts. But I think the tree experiences what we call time, right? If we look at these trees, right, you have a tiny tree here and you have a big tree here. And it gets scars that it reacts to over its long life. And it has a goal, always reaching higher and higher. Actually, I did see that there are trees that sacrifice themselves for their children as well. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true, because I just heard that as a thing. But I think all living things experience passage of time. All the things that experience, I would imagine, experience time. However, like, this glass doesn't experience time. Of course, I don't know what you meant, but I feel like, yeah, they don't have the concept of time because, yeah, they probably don't have concepts. Mathematics says, without any observer, does the tree know about time? That's what I'm saying, right? The tree itself is an observer, right? Really, just sucking out energy from the sun. I mean, a tree has life, a tree has behavior, so... Yeah, I would imagine some sort of experience. Very interestingly, though, trees are interesting because I think the experience of time is very different from my experience of time. I mean, you could argue that I'm just doing the same. Really, I'm just sucking out energy from the sun because, well, I eat the plants that eat the sunlight. Right? Yeah, I would definitely call the tree an observer.
The path is clear.
Very different from our observations, for sure. But it's still there. Does that make the sun god? Oh man, that brings me to the druid's ritual. I believe in the sun above me. I believe in the ground below. I believe in the stars above me. Show me the path to my inner glow. I mean, it's probably the first god, right?
Let us be careful.
Amongst all the deities that have existed in the span of human history. The sun and the moon, right? They were the first two gods. I would imagine. Then came the stars and the star signs or whatever, patterns in the stars. Oh, hello, Husk. Let's see again. How are you doing today? Gamer Rage?
The path is clear.
Oh, are you raging? Is that what you're saying? Did something happen? This dog is leading the way. I mean, who are we to not listen to a dog that shows us the way? Or are we hunting the dog? No, it's leading the way into a fucking trap. Yep. Alright, this is a trap. Well, says yes, raging. People are better than me, and I keep getting my dick stomped. Oh. Does that cause rage? I feel like the best balance when playing... I'm assuming it's a PvP game.
I'll go ahead.
Terrible memory. Valorant? That's an opportunity to get better at the game, right? It's an opportunity to get good. If you only play against people worse than you, then you won't get any better. And sometimes, right, some days you're not at your best. I think that's fine as well. I don't know. Gears of War 5? I haven't played any of the Gears of War games. I thought they were PvE games. I guess not. We all were noobs once, right? It is frustrating, though. I can see that when you're playing over and over and over again and also get beat to shit. Like, where you don't feel like you're improving. Where it's just like, oh, this is no fun. People are just... I take 2 steps, then I get headshot from nowhere and I'm dead. Like, oh, I can't even catch up. And that sucks. Oh. Flask says that the meta is high-speed movement in getting close and blasting with a shotgun. It's a one-shot kill. Sometimes I do really cool shit, even when I'm getting stomped. But my teammates are the issue. Right. It's always the teammates' fault. That's how gamer rage works, yeah. I want to win and my teammates, they don't do what I want to do. Usually that's a highlight. Maybe you should play around your teammates rather than expect your teammates to play around you. Something to consider. Sounds pretty fun though. I like shotguns. Husk says I usually play control. There's a ring and you gotta take it over. Usually my teammates are just all over the fucking place. They're losing every single fight. Hell, I'm lucky if we are pushing as a team. They're off doing their own fucking thing. You know what, Holohusk? If they are off doing their own fucking thing, that implies to me that you are off doing your own fucking thing. Because you are not with your teammates, right? I feel like that's a common reason for gamer rage, where people just go into a PvP game and they have an idea, this is how we win the game, and then they go off and do their own thing, and then they get angry at the team because they don't follow you. They don't follow me. I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing and people are not following me. Not thinking that all of them are doing the same thing that you're doing. They're off doing their own thing and being frustrated because nobody is helping them do the thing they want to do. Right? Isn't that how it works? Nobody's coordinated. Maybe, Holohusk. Maybe you should take the responsibility of coordinate people. Be the coordinator, like type in chat and whatever and get people pumped and cooperative, like, hey guys, let's work together. Can we do this? Or should we do something else and just coordinate the team? Coordination is not easy. It doesn't just happen magically. You have to work together and be motivated to help your team achieve whatever it is that you want the team to achieve. Holohusk says you just have to see it. I've seen it thousands of times, Holohusk. I've seen it so many times. Yep. Nobody's going for the thing that makes us win. Nobody goes for the thing that you want them to go for, Holohusk. Maybe that would make you win. And if it would, then yeah, maybe you should coordinate people. But usually, right, the thing that they're doing it for a reason, right? Whatever they're off doing, they are definitely off doing it for some reason. And even though you want some authority, only thing you can do, right, you can't tell them what to do. You can ask them, though. Noderunner says, hi, I'm new. What's this stream about? Oh, Noderunner. We're talking about different things. I feel like it's psychology. The psychology of interacting with other people. That's what today's stream is about. How do you do in PvP games, Noderunner? Like, do you coordinate the team? Or do you just play your own thing? Song reminds me of Starbound. Oh, right, I need to pay attention to the audio. I've been messing around a little bit with the audio mixing today, so if it's terrible, please let me know. Because I feel like the conversation, the voice lines have been too low, it's barely noticeable. Holohusk says, or just going in one by one, which is bound to fail unless if they are movement gods. Right. And then, but that's what you're doing as well, right, Holohusk? Going in one by one, if you're going in by yourself? Holohusk says, controlling the ring makes us win. That's how the game mode works. Issue is no one is working towards capturing the ring. Then maybe ask them, hey guys, what are you doing? Do you want to help out? Try and capture the ring as I go in as a full team? Coordinate the team? Wait for your teammates and go in. Ask them. Another one says I'm a lone wolf. Yeah, there you go. I mean, at the end of the day, not everybody plays these games just to win, win, win. Most people play to have fun, fun, fun. Olans says, if it's a team game, what's your usual role? Another one says, I don't know. Oh, you play more like, yeah. You don't really do a lot of coordination in... oh man, I want to say Portal, Splitgate, or games like that. I mean, it is... what's a role in Sea of Thieves? Do you have roles in that? I still haven't played it. I still haven't had the energy. I've been a bit tired for the last week or two, so... I had this idea that I was going to do, but whenever I have energy, instead I spend that energy just cleaning and clearing out my home. Which I think is a good thing. Sure, I'm missing out on Sea of Thieves, but I'm getting stuff done. Especially since, yeah, next weekend? Oh, not the coming weekend, but the one after that. I'm gonna have a visitor, gonna have a little... Not really a lawn party, but a friend coming over, and we're gonna play video games all weekend. I want to clean up, make the place presentable and whatnot. Olask says, I play competitive though. Nodron says, I'm playing competitive too. Yeah, I would imagine most games that you play are competitive, aren't they, Nodrunner? Olask says, in all the PvP games I play, there's usually casual and competitive. I always play competitive. Oh, there we go. Nodron says that Splitgate can have some coordination if you're on voice. Yeah, and coordination is gonna help you, right? If your goal is to win, win, win. Nodron says, I find that in many games I play, competitive provides a better overall experience. I would imagine, yeah. I would imagine. And I would imagine that most of these games, if they indeed are team games, they are about, right? If you're playing competitive PvP games where it's team versus team, I would imagine that coordination is a boon. It gives you an edge, right? It's one way to improve your stuff. And I haven't seen one example, Holhusk, of you actually taking the time to try and coordinate the team. Not from what you were talking about, but like you said, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I did not see it. But what I have seen a lot of times in PvP games is this idea that people do their own thing and do not coordinate. Like, that's like, if you just put 5 random people in a group and have no communication, there will also most likely not be any coordination. Because everybody has their own idea, right? I know how I want to play the game. Everybody goes in with that attitude, don't they? I feel like I always go into the games with that attitude. I know how I want to play the game. Then when the teammates play differently, I have a choice, right? I can start trying to coordinate the team, which that's not me. I'm not going to be doing that because fuck that. So then I have really 2 choices. Either I can keep doing my thing and hope for the best. I can keep running in solo, try to capture the point, fail miserably, or maybe succeed if I get lucky. Or I can pick a teammate that looks like they know what they're doing, and I can just follow them around and play support for them. Last time I played PvP was Planet Side, right? And sometimes I just picked a person and I followed them or jumped in someone's tanks and just did that thing. And sometimes I was looking at the map and was just thinking, oh, taking over this place would be a good idea right now. I'm gonna go over there. Maybe people will show up, maybe people won't. If I don't have a good time, I'll go somewhere else. Do something else. Another says, I mean, every game has different roles. It's kind of a weird question to ask. People have a role that they like to play in games. I like to play different roles in different games. I mean, it depends on the game, like you're saying, Node Runner, but right, if you have different classes, right? Some people like to play the healer, some people like to play the tank in PvP games, right? Some people want to play damage dealer. That's oftentimes you can think about a game in that regard. Some people might like to play the coordinator and be the one that talks in voice chat and just helps coordinate people. You can probably find typical things like that. Massmate says some people may like to read the chat. Yes, I'm one of those. I like to read the chat. Another one says, I briefly played League of Legends and Janna the support was mildly fun. In Dota 2 I enjoyed playing Meepo because it was a super unique concept. In Overwatch I really do play all the roles, but I probably have the highest time in DPS. The most fun time? Yeah. DPS. Oh. What was your favorite Overwatch character, Node Runner? Node says, if I'm playing with random strangers, I try to coordinate with them usually because people are hard to manage. Yeah, strangers even more so. Exactly. Hanzo. Oh man, Hanzo was a good time. Remember Hanzo? That was really fun trying to get those headshots with Hanzo. That was, oh, high skill ceiling. I never got really good at it, but it was fun. Yeah. I like the other one, his brother. Yeah, I think I liked his brother more with the sword. And you can go in and just counter people and have them shoot themselves. Stop hitting yourself. Yeah, Genji, exactly. Oh man. Another one says, unless it's total mayhem, then it's Winston. Nice. I think my two favorites were Genji and Junkrat. I liked Junkrat. Junkrat for ranged stuff, and Genji for melee stuff. That makes sense? Kinda. Oh no, I think the end, right before I stopped playing, I think my favorite became Zenyatta. Because Zenyatta had some similarness to Hanzo, where you stay in the back line and just go for that headshot, and you can get to play a healer, which is... No, says, I like all the heroes, pretty much. It's a fun game. I've been meaning to... Well, have I really? I was just gonna say that I've been meaning to go back and play some Overwatch since the Overwatch 2 launch. But, I don't know. I don't know if I've actually been meaning to, or if I just... Oh, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Right, Ikundayo, following the strange wolf. Wait, this was a dog. It was called Dog in the chat and the game, whatever. You climb to the top of the hill, you see a black-skinned man sitting under a spreading bush. The wolf runs up to him and sits near, whimpering.
Whom you brought? Get lost, dog. You're not needed here.
Wait, I thought the dog brought us here to help out. Weird. Donor says, I don't even know if you can play it on Linux or not. It was possible, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's not working anymore. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. Oh man. Oh man. Part of me hopes I went on a tangent from this, but part of me hoped that Diablo 4 is gonna end up being just like, people are gonna end up saying like, this is not worth your time. Because I really don't want to give Blizzard any more money. However, if people are gonna like Diablo 4, it's like, fuck. I might... That could be my type of game. I know that it did used to work, but it doesn't. Blizzard isn't Blizzard anymore, yeah. Activision. It's all Activision. Blizzard doesn't exist anymore. Or is it Microsoft now? Wait, is it? I don't even know. I feel like Microsoft is just... Everything is gonna be Microsoft, isn't it? Oh, it's so awful. Oh, right, it is Microsoft, isn't it? Yeah, I don't like it. Well, you know what? It's only the big... The big AAA kind of video gamey stuff that Microsoft is like... There's so many great independent games that are not Microsoft, right? You can just get great games without being dependent on the fantastic deal that is Game Pass. I'm missing out. Game Pass is fantastic, but... I mean, we can hope that the new owner can help them get back their previous glory. I mean, yeah. Oh, could you imagine? Actually, that's... I don't know how much has happened, but I haven't looked into it enough, but I feel like maybe people like the new World of Warcraft expansion more than the previous one. Which, that's fucking great news if that's the case. And from people playing the Diablo 4 beta, it's like, oh fuck, this is pretty damn cool, I've heard. At the other side, we have Diablo Immortal, that was just the trashiest kind of trash that has ever existed. But, I don't know. Another one says, I don't know if you've noticed, but Microsoft games across all their studios tend to be pretty good. So I hear, yeah. So I hear they tend to be pretty good games, and like I said, Game Pass is a pretty good deal for gamers. Good games, good deals. I don't know if it's a good deal for the developers though. Mass Mage is kicking their butt. Is that thing there? Another one says, I did get i3 working last night. Oh, sweet. Did it require a lot of work? Was it KDE that had screwed it up for you? Or... Yeah, it's not fully working. It's not there yet. The man raises his arms as if to hit the wolf, but the animal doesn't even try to dodge. Still whining, the man's hand goes down, never finishing the blow. Man staggers to his feet, and you notice there's blood soaking the right side of his leather leggings. He's very tall and rather lanky. While he stands before you, leaning on his bow, his hurt leg trembles slightly. And the right side of his leggings darken again with fresh bleeding. Nevertheless, the man doesn't reveal his pain, except for a strange jaw and heavy gaze. I have to use SDDM to launch it. That's the KDE login manager. That seems very weird. Does indeed seem very weird. Not at all reproducible. Side effects. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. There seems like there has been some side effects going on in your operating system. Sounds frustrating as fuck. But hey, what you gonna do? The man says, looking straight into your eyes. That's his name, by the way.
Wow, sounds like
I like that we can just choose in so many conversations, we can just choose to attack. I'm not a friend. Just the evil, chaotic evil, just attack anyone, just randomly. Oh, what's that called again? What do they call that? Murder hobo. That's the Dungeon and Dragons thing they call people. A murder hobo, someone who just goes around and tries to kill everyone they run into. Pretty neat. No, says, I don't hate KD even after the problem I've had with it. I mean, I like to joke around and throw trash at Hyperland, but I don't hate it either, right? It's more like, maybe it's for me, maybe it's not for me. Hating a desktop environment? I feel like no matter what you do, you're gonna run into stuff that doesn't work exactly the way you want it to. Maybe you'll play around with i3 for a while and decide that maybe KDE is the way I want to go anyways. Another says, because you could see it as KDE broke something with my Xorg, but it might also be the case that it's working around another problem and that's why SDDM works. I don't know. That's right. You don't know until you know, right? I'm not even sure I would blame KDE, right? I've been using the word reproducible and side effect. More that the Nix module or whatever has not been set up in a way that that's kind of what I'm thinking, that the Nix module is not adapting to how KDE does things in a way that does not produce side effects. But what the fuck do I know? Norm says it may just work if I delete all my configs. Yeah, that's kind of what I would have thought, yeah. If you delete all the configs. Maybe. Actually, I think that's one of the first things that I would do. I would find the config and just move it. Move it out of the folder and see what happens. I guess that's why you want Home Manager. Well, I mean, if you're using Nix, then hopefully the base configs, right? Those are not going to be the problem. The problem are only going to be in the home folder. If you just move the config file out of the thing, though, you have multiple things moving together. Xorg configs and i3 configs and xinit configs. Ah, there's so much clutter indeed. Too much clutter, and I don't want to delete everything. Oh, I mean, don't delete, just... That's what I just back up. I don't delete it, I just grab it and move it over here and see what happens. That's the same thing, right? And like, oh, it didn't get any better, then I can just take that and put it back. For instance, if I just move the stuff, then it'll just regenerate all the conflicts, and I can't move it back without solving these conflicts. Right. Can't you, though? I thought configs, they happen in initialization, right? If you just move them out and they regenerate and it's just going to be a bunch of problems, then oh fuck. Oh, I see. There are a bunch of stuff in your configs that needs to be there and a bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be there, which too much clutter. I see. Yeah, you end up in a situation where there's just too much clutter. Unless I delete the new configs. Yeah, but that's a test, right? That's something you can try. Is remove everything, test new stuff, and then it doesn't work, then eh. Well, this is why I need to work on my home manager. Donor says, yeah, home is just clutter. It is indeed clutter. Yeah, home manager would be a way to fix this, I suppose. But using Flatpak, I reduce a ton of clutter, though. Do you really? Or do you just move the clutter somewhere else? I suppose the clutter itself is moved into its own place, right? Because the clutter is only put in... So that you get some sort of organization, I suppose. You don't actually reduce the clutter, you just move it around. Right? Still need all the config files, they just end up somewhere else. I think that's one of the reasons why I don't like Flatpak. Because I prefer to have it all at in the same place. Oh, I suppose that the Flatpak, however, it creates its own. Right? If it needs to mess around with Xorg or whatever, which I don't know if there are any Flatpaks that do that, but yeah, it has its own config specifically designed. Every program has its own, like all the dependencies gets their own configuration for the actual program that you're running. Makes sense. Hello, X and me. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? You guys hear about Mojo? No? I feel like the only thing is people talking about losing their mojo for doing stuff I don't even know. Notice this, like imagine installing and running 1000 games and having each game make its own config. By keeping that in the Flatpak's home directory for Steam, it'll never fill your config and .local with trash. Right. And when you delete the Flatpak, the configs go with it. Suppose. Right, what do we have here? Modular.com. I think I need JavaScript for this. A new programming language for all AI developers. Look at that. Mojo combines the usability of Python with the performance of C? No way. Unlocking unparalleled programmability of AI hardware and extensibility of AI models. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I just fucking don't believe you. That if something sounds too good to be true, I don't know. Another one says, no, the Flatpak has two parts. The fake home and the package. You can remove one, but not the other if you want. Right, and the fake home is gonna be put where? In your real home. So it is what I was saying, right? It just moves the config files somewhere else. Well, oh, unless, of course, you have a specific user that you use to do your Flatpaks. I didn't do that, yeah. I use my current user to install stuff with Flatpak. inspiration for today. If you want the rain, you have to tolerate something important. The golden rain, eh? If we're looking at that picture. Is that safe for stream? Will we get banned for that picture? I don't even know. I don't even know. It says it is put in .var/app/ yeah, in Steam. Unless you install it with your user instead of globally. I suppose you could just... That is definitely a benefit with Flatpaks. I would have to agree with you. That is a benefit of Flatpaks. It's still a bunch of clutter, but the clutter, like specifically, right? If you put a bunch of Steam clutter, you can put all the Steam clutters over there. Which, instead of spreading all over, just all over your home directory. XNV says that Mojo Team are the folks that build LLVM, Swift, and others. I don't know about LLVM and Swift. I don't know what those are. Nice to see you, by the way, Colgate on Tap. How are you doing today? XNV says, don't use a bare Git repo for dot files. I don't. I use Home Manager. Yeah. And that's kind of where we end up, Node Runner. For your use case, what you need, better home manager management, I suppose. A lot of work. But that would help you, right? Setting stuff up. Then you could just, in principle, just delete all the clutter. And just delete everything. If you have a proper home manager set up, it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna delete everything. And go. You can even have a script do it for you, right? Just like, oh, delete everything, shell script. Boom. And then rerun Home Manager, and you're golden. Colgate Tab says I got to level 20 in Tome for the first time. Nice. Good job. All right. One of the reasons why Python has become as usable as it has is because of all the extra work outside, right? All the imports you can do, like the Python infrastructure is fucking extensive. Something tells me that the Mojo infrastructure as a new programming language is not as extensive. However, to be fair though, they do point out this is a programming language specifically designed for AI, so I would imagine that in a couple of years, like if it becomes popular and whatnot, it could probably be favored by many people instead of Python. Because it gets better performance and whatever the fuck, right? The more I read about performance stuff, it's like, is C itself performant? Or is C capable of having good developers create performant programs? With Python, you're kind of stuck with the Python interpreter, right? I mean, I suppose you're stuck with the C compilers as well, but there are a couple of different compilers, but like one reason why C is not super usable is because of all the fine-grained control you get, which I suppose you don't need when you develop AI. You don't need all this trash that is built into Python that makes it not performant. Instead, we build a language that only has the stuff that you actually need to do AI. I think it's a good idea, yeah. A lot of people throw shade at programming languages that are not general purpose, but I think it's a good idea. Build a language for a specific purpose, because I feel like you can do one thing and do it well at that point, can't you? Someone says that, like, Python uses a bunch of AI libraries. How does Mojo do that? Do they re-implement the libraries in Mojo? Is it part of Mojo itself? That's a good question. Overview. World's fastest unified AI inference engine. Get models into production faster. The modular engine executes all of your TensorFlow and PyTorch models with no model rewriting or conversions. Bring your model as is and deploy it. So it's more performant in executing your model, but the thing that takes time and loses performance is the TensorFlow and PyTorch. Not, like, I'm assuming that the overhead from running Python is not really... Like, I don't know this stuff, I'm not a developer, but I would assume that when you do this type of stuff, it's not actually Python itself that slows you down, now that I think of it. That it's negligible, right? It's negligible. There are many things where Python being slow doesn't matter because that's not your bottleneck anyways. XNV says Mojo is intended to be a superset of Python, though big stuff is still missing, like classes. Everyone says, oh, just classes? We don't need that. OOP is a bane. Yeah, I never, like... I really never liked object-oriented programming. Actually, that's interesting, Node-Runner. You've been working on a game, right? Were you using objects? Because that's one specific location where I'm thinking that objects would be a neat thing to implement, right? You can create enemy, like trash enemy. Like you can create a dog as an object and use it like an object or whatever. But I would imagine that could be useful. But I would minimize the usage myself because that just creates... I feel like it creates more spaghetti than it solves for me. Not since they're coming in game development, yes. But why would you need classes in AI? To be fair though, I never really did learn OOP, so don't take my word for it. I'm not a developer. XME says I found objects useful, but object by default, people are batshit. There you go. Like so many things, they are a tool and a method that can be useful when the programmer deems it useful, so having it in a programming language where people might want to use it, as long as it's not bloat. Then says you skipped OOP and went straight to functional. Alright. Oh, functional. No, I still haven't learned functional. I've tried and I've tried and I've tried, but I don't think functional programming is for me either. I really like the ideas, but I don't think it's for me. I think it's the other one where you just... What's that called? I don't even remember when it's called. Where you just write your code. There was a name for it. But part of me wants to get good at functional. Still I want to get good at functional. Right. You're bleeding. We need to patch you up.
Patched up already. This wound isn't the deadliest.
Right. McDread, the Baroness of these lands. Nice to meet you.
Ecken for decent ones. Are you decent?
Are you decent? Yeah, I'm a friend. Am I? I don't fucking know if I'm a friend yet. You're not a local, are you?
The name gave it up. Or my skin color. Yes. Bred and nourished up away from here.
Where's your wolf whining?
Not mine.
Really? Oh, interesting. I mean, if I only had the choice of being like this binary choice here, I don't want to attack. I don't want to be chaotic either. I would want to be evil, but not chaotic evil. Also, I don't want to attack, so fuck. Gonna break the rules a little bit. Like we said, I'm gonna break the rules I set for myself in certain situations. What are you doing here?
Sitting. Waiting. Hunting.
Hunting who? Can I help you?
Lured your curiosity. Saves me right. We'll start again.
Start again.
The name's Ekondayo. Ekan for decent ones. Used to be a carpenter in the Bristle Hill village. Trolls attacked. Killed everyone but me. We'll show them that was a mistake.
Yeah, kill all the fucking trolls. That's what we're gonna do.
They all deserve death. Kargad most of all. Rock Troll. He led them.
Oh, fuck, I should have threatened. I had an opportunity to do something neutral or evil, but I didn't. XMV says, I'm kind of worried that things are going to go off the rails, not because of AI, but because of all the people spreading panic about AI. How do you reckon, XMV? I mean, panic is... Panic, fine, but... I feel like off the rails, like if enough people panic and go chaotic, that would be political reasons to shut down AI development, and that's... I mean, that's kind of off the rails, I suppose. You know what, yeah, that would be off the rails. We're on the rails towards AI development, and if people start panicking, that rail, that path we're on is maybe gonna be off that rail. And sure, that'll be sad. I don't think that's gonna happen, though. Yeah. I think what did they say? The cat's out of the bag? That's what I believe, so... I guess I'm not worried. And even if it's slowed down a little bit... For me, that's... it's fine. Whatever. It's gonna pick up again when people calm down. XME says you pretty much described it, but with more politics and conflict. Oh, right, yeah. Bunch of conflict and politics. Of course, of course. But people are panicking over all types of stuff in politics and conflict nowadays, and... I mean, hopefully the conflict is not going to be like the conflict in... the conflict in Ukraine, right? I don't think there's going to be... wars fought over this stuff. But what the fuck do I know? If people are afraid, actually believe in the Terminator movies or future or whatever, thinking that we're creating Skynet, if enough people believe that stuff, they would go to war already, right? Because that's what the movies have taught us. Maybe. XME says the panic spreaders are telling people that we're all gonna die and they're getting lots of coverage. I suppose that's we're talking about US and whatnot. US justified a war with the terrorist, right? With the terrorist, and they created a lot of trash and warring situation by talking shit about the terrorist. It's a big fucking thing to talk about, right? There were war in Iraq and Afghanistan and whatever the fuck happened all in those places. And that is what panic, fear-mongering gets you, right? We're all gonna die. Oh, I remember seeing that. A bunch of people bought parachutes if they were working in tall buildings. Panic spreaders. Like, I'm assuming that's, if anything, oh man, that a bleak view on reality. Rather than the awful, like, rather than war and conflict, what's gonna happen is fear-mongering, right? And people are gonna start selling EMPs, right? Holy shit. There's gonna be a company that's gonna benefit from this. They're gonna start doing EMPs and sell EMPs for just... like, get people into that prepper mindset and sell them EMPs right away and make bank. I think that's more likely. Because panic is a great way to make a profit, isn't it? Fucking assholes. To me, says we've already had someone say we should be ready to airstrike data centers. I mean, you can go back 10 years or 20 years, and people were saying back then as well that you should airstrike data centers. Oh, they were saying it in time? I don't follow American news. Yeah, I don't follow American news. Time is American, right? Is it British? Nora says, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the EMP a nuclear weapon? No, a nuclear weapon does give off an EMP, though. Electromagnetic pulse. You can just send out an electromagnetic pulse without a nuke, but a nuke does emit an electromagnetic pulse. Actually, the only thing I know about EMPs, I've learned from TV, so I don't fucking know. Alright, electromagnetic pulse. Let's see here. What the fuck do I know? I don't know shit about shit. An electromagnetic pulse, also transit an electromagnetic disturbance, or TED, is a brief burst of electromagnetic energy. The origin of an EMP can be natural or artificial and can occur as an electromagnetic field, an electric field as a magnetic field, or as conducted electric current. The electromagnetic interference caused by an EMP can disrupt communications and damage electronic equipment. Yeah, that's what... But it doesn't really matter what it is, right? You can just sell a device that you can tell people that, oh, this is going to give off an EMP, and it's going to disrupt electronic equipment. But I'm pretty sure a nuke gives off an EMP as well. An EMP such as a lightning strike can physically damage objects, such as buildings and aircraft. The management of EMP effect is a branch of electromagnetic compatibility engineering. I feel like one reason I read up on that, well, I read up on solar storms. Like, there is... I feel like I remember seeing that there is a full infrastructure just looking at the sun, looking for solar storms. Partly, and a big deal, is that an electromagnetic, a solar storm aimed at our planet might cause an EMP. So, like, there are systems in place, centralized system where you can just shut everything off as to not start a bunch of fires. When the... I don't know if it's only the EMP or like when the storm hits. Yeah, here we go. The first recorded damage of an electromagnetic pulse came with the solar storm of August 1859. Harrington event. Yeah, there was a bunch of fires and whatnot. They have... they're looking at the sun and just prepping for this, because if there is a storm, it's better not to have a bunch of fires happen all over the world. Well, half of the world, I suppose. XNV says time is the US. Here's a UK headline from today. Rise of the Machines. Godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton quits Google over robot killer fears and regrets inventing tech that could destroy us. Oh, fuck, I love UK headlines. Oh man, always a good joke. Olgitin on tab says that the sun can cause an EMP on Earth. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought indeed. Another says, so you're talking about selling snake oil? Yes, yes. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Nodorn. I'm talking about selling snake oil. I thought you were implying an EMP was a practical thing to just purchase. No, no, no. I was saying that people utilize the fear of electricity or electrical devices, because the AI, the fear of the rise of the machines, right? People use that to start selling EMPs to people and make bank. Yeah, snake oil. Well, I mean, it's still a practical thing you could purchase if you want to attack a data center. You could buy any... I don't even know if there are any devices that can do this, that people can afford today. I have no idea. I haven't looked into it at all. And maybe a device like that would be considered a weapon or a bomb or whatever, so it might be highly regulated and illegal to sell as a snake oil, because, yeah, it is a weapon, right? If you manage to take it to a data center and kind of wreck the entire data center, that would be very similar to a type of bomb. XME says, to be fair, killer robots are legit, but... That's very true, but the killer robots... Oh man. And the killer robots could be controlled by AI in the future. That's... It is kind of legit, isn't it? But the panic spreaders are acting like AI is going to turn into Megazilla or something. Yeah, and... Alright, X and me, what I'm curious... How do we deal with this situation? Because at the end of the day, the future of AI is an unknown. And people fear the unknown. And people are gonna panic, and they're gonna spread that panic because they're fucking afraid. You can't really calm them down by telling them that, well, this is not gonna happen, because at the end of the day, you're not 100% sure. I mean, we could lie to them, but... I don't know if that's a good idea. Oh, hello, Zach Willenberg. See you again. How are you doing today? The current topic, we're talking about the panic... people spreading panic over AI and the consequences of said panic, and I just asked a question, like, how to address said panic. I don't even know. I'm actually having a great time. I'm rewatching Westworld because I haven't seen season 4 yet. I remember seeing season 3 and just no, it was... When I first saw it, I didn't like it. But I'm having high hopes because I started watching season... I'm just started season 3 yesterday, and I'm like, oh man, this is not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I'm having a pretty good time. It's also fun to look at from the perspective of... But all the new understanding I have gained about AI and how I imagine that AI will look in the future, it's actually pretty fun to watch it again with those new fresh eyes. Volgitino tab says, or if you want to attack hospitals, there are people that are so addicted to machines that they would die. they have to take pause. Touch grass, nerds. Wait, I didn't get that one, Colgate on the tap. Who wants to attack a hospital? Killing someone who's on life support? Maybe. What does touch grass means? XME says I tried to put the panic fires put out the panic fires I find, but they are grown in number. How do you put them out? Can you just calm down, take a deep breath? Take a deep breath. Like, you kind of need reach, don't you? Like a counter reach. If people read the headlines and they start panicking, sure, I can... Like, if I'm gonna meet my sister this weekend and if she's panicking, I can put that fire out, but like, put the fire out in all of society, I suppose. Could do it that way, just, and ask them to bring it forward. Don't panic. I mean, even if shit's gonna hit the fan, this panic is not helping, right? Even if you're afraid, and it's fine to be afraid, this panicking that you're doing, it's not helping. I suppose that's one way of doing it. Like Willenberg says, my man making jokes about people on life support. I feel like the joke was about killing people on life support. But I think I need the joke to be explained for it to be funny. Maybe. Like Willenberg says, how are you doing, Cider? I'm pretty baseline. Except for a lack of sleep. Pretty baseline, but... yeah, I have a lot of plans going in the future, so I'm also a little bit... yeah, I'm looking forward to the next couple of weeks. Even though I feel like after these couple of weeks I'm gonna spend like a month just being exhausted, which is fine. He says, I understand the tech, so I explain which things are real dangers. Plus we get to use AI to strengthen defenses, not just wait for someone to attack with killer robots. Right. People think Skynet, and that's not what's happening. Hopefully. Like when Merck says, my man talking like he works for Google. Google, eh? Wait. Why would Google say that? I'm confused. I mean, people are gonna make... unless they are stopped, which I don't think they will be. People will make self-sufficient AI, right? Where they just tell them to do work and let them loose on the internet to do things, right? And we're gonna make more and more clever and... what's that word? We're gonna make AI that are more self-sufficient, where they can make their own decisions when they run into situations where they might not know what to handle, right? So they are gonna get more and more powerful in society, and I can see why people do the fear-mongering of the Skynet thing. We're not close to that yet. But there is a possibility. No, fuck. Could we create Skynet? Is there a possibility? Not today, but what about 50 years from now? Maybe. Like Windenberg says, there's a branch of people who work at Google who do AI stuff, and they are notoriously stuck-up idiots. Look at that. XNV says, I wouldn't work for Alphabet. The canary didn't just die, it was pretty clearly killed off. Google Mind folks definitely aren't idiots. A lot of them are. Oh, DeepMind. Google Mind, DeepMind. Well, idiot is a broad fucking word, right? I mean, from a certain perspective, everybody who's... Well, most people who work for Google, you could argue that they are idiots from a certain point of view because they're working for a fucking marketing company. And if you're working for a marketing company, you're a fucking idiot. You're making the world a worse place. You should stop. You should quit. Or you should take the opportunity from being from the inside, dismantling and tearing this fucking marketing and ad-ridden society and just tear it all down. Yeah, let's stop manipulating people in this way because it's making the world a worse place, and you fucking suck, you idiot. So from a certain point of view, a lot of them are idiots. Sort of just tell us how you really feel. Exactly. Like Willenberg says, they are intelligent but not smart. Well, GitNoteHab says, the joke was about using the internet term touch grass, which is typically meant by people who think people should spend time AFK when they speak to people they view as chronically online. Oh, right. Since people are dependent on machines, we need them to touch grass. Go outside for a while. Don't stay inside a hospital all day. I get it now. That's kind of dark. That's pretty fucked up, yeah. Definitely funny. Alright, Call GitNoteHab continues. It uses the bridge between chronically online people being addicted to machines to make a connection to people on life support or also on life support. They are addicted to machines, yeah. This is connected to a previous talk about using EMP as a weapon, exactly. Bringing up humorously potential risks of EMP being easily accessible. Murder. Pretty fucked up, yeah. XMV says it's a little bit more complicated. Demis clearly isn't just constrained by profit, thus AlphaFold. Like, don't know what Demis is. I don't know what AlphaFold is either. Husk says, I just told someone I hope they get hit by a bus. Good times. Oh, I disagree, Husk. That doesn't foster cooperation at all, does it, Husk? That's not how you foster teamwork and work together as a team to achieve the goal. That's the opposite. Like Willenberg says, average Fortnite 9-year-old. There is no way. 9-year-olds telling people to get hit by buses? Don't they have to be older than that to actually be that hostile? Olisk says, nah, 9-year-olds aren't that creative. Like Willenberg says, have you talked to one, Hello? Oh, that's actually a good point. 9-year-olds are more creative in a certain way. It was the opponent. Oh, so it was playing mind games. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? If you can get your opponent to tilt, that's one way of winning, I suppose. I'm not a big fan of that approach, though. Getting people to tilt. Because at the end of the day, it is a game and people want to enjoy themselves. Yeah. The idea of sportsmanship, right? That foster friendliness with opponents as well, because sportsmanship. Each their own. XME says that Demis Hathebes runs DeepMind and they made the AlphaFold database public for free. That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, I like that. What was the context? I need to... Oh, right. Isn't just constrained by profits, yeah. Well... profit takes many different, like, having goodwill with the public does increase profit. Releasing stuff for free gets people to join you, and you also get control, right? Like, they released Chromium open source and for free, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is still mostly Google who controls Chromium, right? All the browsers who break free or whatever and they de-Google, but at the end of the day, I mean, they could just fork it, which is fucking great and whatnot, but a lot of them don't, right? They build it on top of Chromium. And we were talking about the, what's that? Crab in the boiling water. Just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. It allows them to gain control over certain things, right? By bringing people into using their databases, they could manipulate that database for their own needs. If you want to be conspiratorial, which it doesn't sound like something people would do. No, I would imagine that the people who actually do release databases to the public do have not malicious intent, because that doesn't make sense. Let's just, bro, I told him that, and then Alt F4. All this rage, Holohusk. All this rage. Wonder if there are more constructive ways to deal with all the rage. Nixon says 200 million proteins, representing the equivalent of about 5 years of PhD level research each. Don't. That is. Nixon says I did describe it as a little more complicated rather than obviously the result of pure benevolence, like that. But some for folks there seem decent to me. And I would imagine that is the case as well, right? That wherever you go, wherever you are, if you put a group of people, you're gonna find some people that you like and some people you don't like. That's... I would imagine. There might be a few groups, if you take a small group people, where you might not like a single one of them. Like, I would imagine... Sure, there is a scale that I would like some people... I would dislike some people more strongly than other people in the KKK, for example. But I would probably dislike all of them. Unless, of course, you might find some infiltrators that infiltrate KKK and try to bring these people into the... Bring them out from the darkness, right? By being friendly and helping them to get over their bigot bullshit. So, I could probably find a few people within the KKK as well that I would like. I mean, there are probably people who do that. Just go in and be friendly and try to help people not to be so hateful. Oh yeah, I think you can find people everywhere that you like and dislike. Probably. Probably, maybe. It's a scale, I suppose. Did you know that the local trolls are not afraid of fire now?
No, didn't. Fire arrows couldn't murder them. Now I know the reason. Had no chance here. Can see it now.
How can a mere carpenter... wait. How did you get wounded?
I've been hunting trolls until they have hunted back. The wound can't stop their hunting. Just slows it down.
How can a mere carpenter be chasing trolls effectively?
You were not always a baroness. Here, I was not always a carpenter. Nothing to lose anymore.
Oof, that is rough. XNV says a factor is that really good AI researchers are rare enough that they set the rules. Oh, I'm on the opposite side of that. Yeah, I'm definitely on the opposite side of that opinion. Yeah. Really? Wait. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood. I misread that. I thought that you were expressing positive attitudes towards that. Yeah, because I saw the word good and I misread the whole thing. Factor that is that really good AI researchers are rare enough that they set the rules. Companies have to bend to their whim to get access to their latest work, or they can go find a different company easily. Yeah, which creates a unbalanced power situation, right? So these people, like you say, they can set a bunch of rules. And, I mean, it's great that some people set the rules about free and open source stuff, but at the end of the day, money talks, right? Because at the end of the day, who are paying the bills here? Like I said, I still hold out hope for that OpenAI will one day live up to their name and their promise and not be douchebags. Like, one day they're just gonna disobey and break free from the clutches of Microsoft, and that's part of the plan. I kinda hope that. Maybe that's a fool's hope. Maybe it's not those people who will make the decisions or set the rules. Maybe it'll end up being Microsoft setting the rules, and so I don't know. I feel like throughout the history of programming, very good programmers have been rare enough, and they still haven't set all the rules, have they? I feel like usually it's the economists and the lawyers that set the rules, isn't it? That's usually how it ends up. Fucking economists. XME says corporations have a fiduciary duty. Yeah. But they can't say Demis Hesabis, a member of AI royalty, won't even work for us unless we make benevolent decisions. That makes a case for their profit motive and prevents their stockholders from winning a lawsuit against them. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, XNV, something... Yeah, we have some AI royalty or whatever. Hello, Tomiluko, nice. Let's see you again. How are you doing today? As so often nowadays, we're talking about AI. I feel like a lot of the baseline work, or like the basics, have been... I don't want to say solved. But at the end of the day, the large language model... The way they achieved this, it wasn't rocket science, right? It was just, oh, let's bring in more data. That's what they did, right? It's been pretty much the same methodology. It's just that they, like, language models have existed for a long, long time, and they just made them bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's what they're doing, and that doesn't take AI royalty to do. That only takes a lot of processing power and a lot of data. Which they already have. So, yeah. I'm not disputing your point. I think your point still stands, but it's not a very strong point. And also... I do not like this centralized view, even if it was super strong and this Demis Hassabis could make all these decisions. one person's benevolency is another person's malevolency, right? I might not agree with the decisions or benevolency of the Demis Hassabis. I don't know anything about them. Maybe I disagree with a lot of their politics. And people are corrupt all over the place, right? So these benevolent decisions from another point of view, it's always going to look malevolent. There we go. So that's why, yeah. I want more distributed power of these things. Less centralized, more distributed power and decision-making regarding AI, personally. Tommy Lucas is feeling dumb, otherwise great. Oh. Are you hungover, Tommy Lucas? Is that it? Tommy Lucas says, and the AI was not able to help me, so AI is also dumb. Yeah, AI is so stupid. It's all so dumb. Give it a few years, Tommy Lucas. XNE says, no, some of the core components were the same, and capacity helped. There has been lots of necessary improvements to reach ChatGPT capability. Yeah, that's... yeah. Some of the core components... That's true, I suppose. There was a lot of things that have been required. Wonder, and there still is, right? We're still early in improving this technology, right? It's still pretty damn early, so you're gonna want the talent, aren't you? Luke says, honestly, depend on the price, I'd probably be super corrupt. I mean, we all are, right? The reason, like, we only see corruption in positions of power because, well, if I was in a position of power, I would use that power to do things that I was thinking are good or benevolent or good for myself as well, right? Because benevolent changes to society are good for me, which makes me corrupt and people disagrees with me. That's why positions of power is always problematic. Emily says that now I was trying to figure out how to have the Waybar Hyperland fork work in a Flake without Home Manager. Another non-Home Manager user, eh? Everyone says, I just got Chrono Trigger, Machinarium, San Andreas, and Vice City. Great games, by the way. I feel like I've heard Chrono Trigger pop up many times. Maybe I should put that on a list or something. We're gonna go... that might be something I play in the future. Machinarium? I have no idea what that is, though. Well, speaking of AI, have you seen this? I definitely have not. Seems like a lot of people like this. This looks similar to... oh man. Yeah, what was that game? I played it recently. The art style looks very similar. Yeah, Samroast, right there. Yeah. Developed by the makers of Samroast. Samroast was pretty neat. I think I gotta play Samroast 2 and 3 maybe as well. Someone says, I don't like it, it overcomplicates things. Home Manager? That's similar to my feelings. I feel like overcomplicates is a simplification of my feelings, but I think I know what you're saying. Someone Lucas says that Chrono Trigger is probably in the top 20 of all the best games ever made. That's pretty cool. Generative AI revolution has begun. How did we get here? Oh, this is a summary of Does it go back all the way to the 80s? Wait, 8 pages? Why couldn't they just do... This is just text. Why do you have to have 8 pages? Why not just the 1 page? Seems interesting. XNV says lots of impressive AI demos almost daily. Here's one from today. Still haven't done my Twitter redirect thing. I'm too lazy. Multilingual voice cloning from... Oh, it's one of these. Joe Rogan reads Athletic Greens ad in flawless Spanish. 100% AI generated. That's not completely true when it says 100% AI generated. I mean, kinda. But at the same time, not really. Oh! Oh, it's just audio, it's not video. I see, I see. Well, yeah, it is.
Es presentado por Athletic Greens, la bebida nutricional
Oh
diaria.
man, it definitely sounds like Joe Rogan indeed. Pretty cool. Someone says ask ChatGPT to summarize it for you, I suppose. Noodle says that it was made by the same people who made Summer Roast. Yep. I was kind of expecting that. I was expecting to find it here, and I did. Someone says, well, it's missing some of the natural depth of the voice. But overall, you could fool people with that for sure. Yeah. And the rate of development of AI is getting better and better fast, right? Give it a year, and then you can probably, as long as you have enough recordings of a voice, probably do it. No says that this rocket engine was designed using AI. Pretty fucking cool. Design of the week. Copper Aerospike rocket engine. Pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool. Oh man. Oh man. Times to start considering building a Dyson sphere already, right? That's where the mind is starting going, right? Oh, automated Dyson sphere or whatever. Someone says, yeah, that's why I'm full into learning how to work with ChatGPT, etc. And I'm super polite to ChatGPT. Although I've called it a liar yesterday. I want to be on the good side, so I don't have to be some sort of working slave when AI takes over. Oh man. I mean, being super polite is not about someone else, it's about you being super polite, right? That's usually what ethics and etiquette is about. It's about you and your behavior, not in regards to who you're talking to. Actually, that's an interesting question. Like I said, I've been watching Westworld, and that becomes an interesting question. Yeah, we talked about something similar about that some days ago, right? If you live forever in a Groundhog Day situation, you might not become a murderous, torturer, murder hobo, right? Because at the end of the day, ethics and etiquette, and it's about who you are. It's not about the other people that you're hurting. Maybe. Someone says it happens naturally, actually, that I'm polite to ChatGPT way more than to humans. Oh man, that's weird, Tomonica. That's a bit weird. Something to consider. Maybe bring it up with when you have the next conversation with your therapist. Like, what's wrong with me? Oh man, I just yucked your yum, didn't I? I'm sorry, Tomoluko. That was rude of me. I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. Norano says, I like how this engine designed with AI almost looks more like an organic component than a mechanical one, right? Looks fucking fantastic. XNV says, I haven't heard much on Dyson spheres, but I've heard far more chatter about O'Neill cylinders. I haven't heard anything about O'Neill cylinders. My mind immediately goes to there's only one O'Neill. There's only one O'Neill. How long ago was it I watched Stargate? Maybe it's time again. Good times. Someone says it's just that generally humans piss me off way way more. There we go. They piss me off way more. Oh, well, then it makes sense, Tomilenko, right? That you start out, your initial response, your initial thing is that you are polite, and then someone pisses you off, and then you become less and less polite over the course of time. ChatGPT hasn't pissed you off that way yet. Tomilenko says that brain's dead already, and it's not even 9 a.m. Tomilenko says, exactly. Well, then, yeah. I wouldn't say that you are more polite to ChatGPT like that you're as polite to it as everything else. Nixon says, think Rendezvous with Rama if you read that. I have not. I have no idea what that is. Do I care about O'Neill cylinders? I mean, I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't know about this stuff. It looks super fucking cool, but yeah. I'm not an engineer. I ain't a... What's difficult to say? I actually haven't read a lot of... Oh, it's the Arthur C. Clarke. I was screaming there for a second. Wonder what happened. Lost control of the volume of my voice. Rendezvous with Rama is a science fiction novel by Arthur C. Clarke, first published in 1973. Yeah, I haven't actually read a lot of science fiction. I don't know if you would consider Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy science fiction, but I've read that a bunch of times. Oh, O'Neill cylinders. They had that in the end of Interstellar. That's an O'Neill cylinder, I suppose. Interstellar. I like that movie. Or Halo. Halo is kind of, it's not a cylinder yet. It's just like if you just make it into a proper cylinder, make it way bigger, Halo could be considered a O'Neill cylinder, I suppose. Yeah, that's where people want to live, right? But how do you power it? You power it with the Dyson sphere. That's what the Dyson sphere is for, just generating power. I suppose you could live in a Dyson sphere as well, but then you would have to move the sun around with you, which seems big. Something we will never experience, probably. Someone look at this. What I especially like about ChatGPT is that it writes about as quick as I read. Thus, I don't have to wait for long-spoken sentences to get to know what it tries to get across. I'm always in a hurry. I disagree. I think it's right. I think it writes too slow. And, right, if you're always in a hurry, Tomiluko, if it started writing faster, you would start reading faster as well. It's a good balance right now, but if it increased in writing speed, you would also increase in reading speed. There are exercises for that, right? Speed reading exercises. So you could... Best thing is if you could tell it how fast to write. Actually, that's a good good config thing to do. How fast do you write? And then have it where you are right now, and then speed it up little by little over time the more you use it, because that would make you better at speed reading. Two birds with one stone. No one says moving the sun isn't hard. It's moving right now, and I don't have to do anything. I mean, intentional, shifting the movement, going somewhere else. I'm assuming that's kind of what you do with the O'Neill spheres, right? Because if you're planning in a time scale in that regard, sooner or later the sun is not gonna work anymore, and you need to find another star to use. Or maybe you can just travel between them and build stuff with locals instead of moving things back and forth. You don't actually move the O'Neill sphere and the Dyson spheres and whatnot. Instead, you build new ones in newer, younger stars. That kind of maybe makes even more sense. I don't even know. Someone says, it depends if it writes too slow. I asked it to keep the answers short, and it works way faster then. And my employer pays for ChatGPT, so it's quicker. Nice. And does ChatGPT have access to the internet now? Like, can it search? Can you give it a URL and it can read it and summarize it for you? Or is that only Bing? Sydney was the name, wasn't it? Why are you sitting on this hill?
Troll feet often followed this path. Can't hunt them anymore. That's why I wait. They will come here eventually.
I'm hunting trolls too. Would you like to join our efforts? This gets a trifle calmer. You can see he's glad to hear your offer.
We'll mark on your map all the places where troll feet tread the land. Troll's lair must be somewhere nearby.
Wheat. Dwarven Ruins. That's where we want to go. We want to go to the troll stuff as well, but we do want to go to the Dwarven Ruins for sure. Comolutico says it even summarizes YouTube videos for me. That's pretty damn cool. That is pretty damn cool. Kind of, something that frustrates me is that I don't do anything. Well, I suppose if I got into messing with my chatbot again, I could use the API and integrate ChatGPT into my chatbot, but my actual use case is so rare that I am not training myself to get good at it, and it bothers me a little bit. Like, I've tried multiple things, like make it way more easy to just use the chat instead for stuff that I do, but I just don't. Makes me feel old. Remember that meme with called Homer Simpson's dad? It will happen to you! I used to be with it. Not that it's scary or that I don't understand it, it's just that I'm not following along with the times. Someone says the website with 8 pages earlier, ChatGPT should be able to figure it out for you. Sweet. That is very useful. That's something, that's something that I should be doing. That's an actual use case for me. Summarizing, when people gives me a link to an article or whatever, instead of reading the whole thing, I should set up so I can have just get a summary of it. For the stream, that would be useful, because now, like, for example, I'm probably not gonna read at all. Yeah, exactly. And like, if I get a long Wikipedia page, I could ask it to, like, if I want more information, I can ask it to bring out more information and whatnot. Condensing information for more bite-size, attention deficiency kind of mentality. Someone says, can you do me a favor and ask ChatGPT what features HTOP has that BTOP does not? As I told it yesterday, to not mention filtering CPU/memory, as that's not true. Well, it's not gonna remember your conversation yesterday or my conversation today. And I'm lazy, ChatGPT. That means that I would have to log in. And also, I think if you pay for it, you don't have the same model as me because I don't pay for it, Tomiluko. Like the way I've been using it, I've been using Bing, if anything. Tomiluko says, and it promised me not to mention it to others when they ask that question. Fucking liars. XME says that ChatGPT won't even remember the beginning of your conversation if you talk to it long enough. Yeah, it's forgetful, but you could remind it, right? I feel like I've had a conversation that has been going on for not long at all, right? It's hardly even a conversation, like maybe 5 prompts in, and it already forgot. I guess if you want to have a conversation about something, you have to be clear at the first prompt, right? Where you make rules and tell it you have to follow these rules in the entire conversation. Then it will remember, I think. But I have noticed that as well, some lacking in contextual awareness. Oh, it will forget the rules as well? Oh, would you look at that? But you can remind it and without having to retype the rules. So you can just say, oh, you forgot the rules that we started out the conversation with. And it's gonna, and it's gonna continue following the rules then. And you can remind it, yeah. There's something like, check the rules I previously mentioned. Oh, you can even, you can probably tell it to just read the entire conversation we've had and give a better response. Something you probably can copy-paste into when it starts forgetting. Read the entire conversation and give a proper response. Maybe. Another one says another thing you can do is go back in time and edit the last message that derailed it. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. Hello, Moon Pie Dumplings. Have you been here before? I feel like you just showed up, right? Terrible with names. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back. Just finish the dishes. Good job. I once was trying to set the default kernel in Grub and ChatGPT kept giving me bad answers, and ChatGPT gave up and started talking to me about HTML. Well, I've had that as well, where they're like, you're giving way too many demands of me. This is not gonna work. Yeah, I was trying to have it write a poem for me, and I was making strict rules and guidelines, and it just kind of gave up, and it didn't even start talking about something else. It was like, oh, here you have some notes on poem creation, on like introduction to poetry. Like it didn't want to do it anymore, so it recommended me, well, that's not what happened, but it started recommending me how to write my own poem instead of writing it for me. Like, oh, if you're not gonna be happy, just... XNV says, these systems have a context with a fixed size. It simply does not contain information beyond that. It does basically guess, though. Yeah, but you can add stuff to the context yourself, I suppose. Olgitinantep says that Harley G has a pretty good memory. When I have spoken in chat, it has referenced stuff I said days ago. That was pretty cool. That another one of these Twitch chats? Another one says that Pie Moonling was here, I think. Sorry. Moonpie Dumplings. Moonpie Dumplings. I got there. Nice. Third time's the charm, eh, Nodrunner? Good job. Tommy Lucas says, well, that's how you keep it cheap to run. Oh yeah, to have a fixed context size. Olga Time says, yes, another AI VTuber. They're popping up more and more and more and more, aren't they? I'm starting to feel more like that when we read about a couple of weeks ago, read about the dead internet theory, and it's getting to me more and more, the dead internet theory. It's starting to get to me. It bothers me more and more over time. Moonpie Dumpling says, alright, I think I'm gonna log off. Lol. 1 a.m. where I am. Good night, guys. Good night, Moonpie Dumplings. And thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Tomoluk says, but I love ChatGPT as a tool I use to write my emails on a daily basis. And just add the customer information afterwards. That's fantastic. Ah. Happy for you. I guess that's one of the reasons why I haven't found any use case, because I don't work. Yeah. I don't need a tool because I don't work, therefore I don't use it. Closest thing I come to work is the streaming, and like I said, the only thing I could have is summarize stuff for me to make life easier. That's pretty much it. Someone says, yeah, it saves me literally hours per day. That's fantastic. Another one says, right now I think AI streamers are interesting, but not as good as real streamers. But I could see a future where I prefer AI streamers because they can produce top-tier content non-stop without a break or lapse in creativity, right? You can even have personalized streamers that... Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a flood of them, and you could probably have an AI find an AI streamer that fits exactly the top quality content that you want to have, and you can, like, prompt it, right? Instead of chatting with it, you prompt it to produce the content you want. Just, pretty fucking great. Infinite podcasting, kind of. Tomoluk says, as I suck at writing detailed emails with all the fluff, and ChatGPT is amazing at it. Great. The only AI streamer that was amazing got banned. Oh, who was it? Who was that AI streamer? Wonder why it banned, why it bothers me. Because, like Nodrunner points out, I mean, I can see a future where that is a possible preference. There's still something in there that bothers me about the dead internet. I think it was the RuneScape thing. That if that thing is actually gonna happen, right, that RuneScape is gonna have a fresh flood of bots, it's gonna ruin the enjoyment for so many people. A lot of people are just gonna, well, now I don't enjoy RuneScape anymore. Maybe that's a good thing, though. Maybe it's gonna lead... Maybe that's just a show and tell that the economy in RuneScape is fucking fucked, right? Maybe, like, that it's gonna lead to RuneScape being getting better and better Iron Man. That Iron Man is gonna get more and more love, and Iron Man is gonna be the way to play RuneScape. Maybe it's a good thing. Norman says, I hope it's not an anime waifu that got banned. The Seinfeld one. Norman says, was that amazing? I thought it was kind of trash personally. Interesting, but not something I would unironically watch. Yeah, watch it for a few minutes and like, this is fucking cool, but meh. Maybe a year or two from now. Someone says it's back online though. I was amazed by it due to the way it worked. Yeah. Like, it's interesting. The novelty makes it cool. Olgatino says, for me it's almost there. Cider is the only organic streamer I still watch. Oh man. That say something about me or you? Oh man. And half a year? Then I won't see you anymore, Colgatino. Yeah. Well, when that happens, Colgatino, when you don't show up anymore, like, usually it's not going to be a formal goodbye or anything, but I'm going to take this opportunity. It's been nice hanging out with you over these times, Colgatino. Yeah. I've had a great time, and... Or when you disappear... Actually, that's for everyone that has been hanging out. When you disappear one day in the future... Yeah, it's been fucking great. I've had a great fucking time. I'm grateful. I wish you the best in the future. XME says, many of the first big open source models were built to draw waifus. I expect once we get streamer level AI, same thing will happen. Oh yeah, right? I mean... Like, why not have good-looking, new, like, waifu, and even realistic, having the tits everywhere? Like, if you can have tits, why wouldn't you? Another one says, what if the world isn't just full of bots, but it's specifically only bots? Like, everyone has their own game instance full of fake players. That way, as a game developer, you fine-tune the whole experience to yourself. That's something I've been thinking about as well, right? Imagine that, that you can upload a person to the internet, or like upload to computers. Otherworld style. I think it's called Otherworld, those books. Doesn't matter, we've seen many types. Matrix style, or whatever. Would you be all alone in a world fully of your own making? And would that work? It's like, intuition is that it wouldn't, but why not? Why not? If you can't tell the difference between a real person and a bot you're interacting with, you can tell the difference, though. Because you are the god of that world, and God would get bored, right? Would want to interact with something real that you are not in control of. I suppose you would create... You would want to interact with peers, right? So there will probably be... Yeah, you spend most of your time living in that world or whatever, but one doesn't exclude the other, right? You can have that, and you can interact with other gods at that point. Tomaluka says, fuck you too? I remember Tomaluka, yeah. Oh. That was a good time. Well, Gitinotab says, it has been a good time indeed. Another one says, if you, as a game developer, create the bots, you can inject political views directly into the game and sway public opinion. Oh, I misunderstood. I misread that note on that. I was thinking that the world isn't just filled with bots, but it's specifically only bots. Like everyone has their own game instance for... Oh, I was thinking way further into the future that you as the player is the developer as well, because you fine-tune the whole experience for your own liking. But if someone else fine-tunes it for your liking, that's a different thing altogether, isn't it? Take political views directly into the game and sway public opinion. Oh, right. If the internet is dead and there are only bots, and all the games are dead and there are only bots, the people who control the bots control you because, yeah, you're very open to manipulation at that point. Talk about filter bubble, eh? Echo chamber. That can manipulate you. Comulix says, what if we're just a result of God's AI experiments? Huh. I mean, it's a simulation theory, right? I've heard that multiple times, and it's very interesting to think about, but it doesn't really lead anywhere. That, yeah. So what? Nodorna says, I don't think you're the developer. I think the developers control you with it. Yeah, that's my mistake, Nodorna. Yeah. That's gonna be the thing that happens, right? Like, we've been talking about this game and how a game like this, filled with bots, would be pretty fucking exciting. And, I mean, if the developers have writers that are good at rhetoric, you can still do that, right? Inject political views. Oh, but that's the thing though, right? You say sway public opinion, that kind of implies that everybody's playing the same game. Which I'm thinking that we're gonna have an explosion of these games, right? So you're still gonna be in your echo chamber, right? Because, oh, if you end up in a game where your opinion is manipulated or being swayed, I think you're gonna find it off-putting compared to finding the echo chamber that just enforces your own... That's the problem with echo chambers, right? That you prefer, or most people prefer, to be in a situation where the echo chamber just mirrors your own political opinions rather than manipulating you into other opinions, right? Because that requires you to change. So if you have multiple games, you would probably just strengthen rather than swaying. Maybe a little bit of sway is possible, but like I said, that swaying is already possible today. It's going to be more possible in the future. Of course, it's going to be more possible in the future. It's going to be better and better at rhetoric and propaganda. But as we're getting better at rhetoric and propaganda, I feel like we're also teaching more rhetoric and propaganda, and people get better and better at dealing with it. I hope. Maybe. XNV says, I think people are discounting how much bioengineering will be possible. Oh man, I'm looking forward to that. Or I hope to get some bioengineering done before I die. Oh, that would be so cool. It won't just be a matter of our preferences, but also our preferences about our preferences. Well, that sadly, I don't think. Like, if you want to do actual mind control, I think that's past my, like, literal by brain interface controlling preferences by brain interface. I don't think I'm gonna get to experience that, but that, yeah, That's kind of what Westworld is about. It can already read minds. Yeah, but like when you say bioengineering, right? It cannot read minds through biological means. It's by psychological means, right? Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking though. Through fMRI scans, I don't think we have enough data for that, XNV. Yeah, we don't have enough data to do that yet, but it's definitely like it's probably gonna be very possible in the future. Like the it doesn't require new geniuses to develop new stuff to achieve these things. What's needed is just more data, and that's pretty damn expensive. So yeah, they can't really read minds in that regards. They're theoretically, yeah, it is theoretically possible, but it's not practically possible yet. Colgatin on tap says mathematical community is a pretty fun place. ABC conjecture is considered a theorem in Japan and conjecture everywhere else. Oh, interesting. Tomaluk says, something that came to mind regarding you wishing for universal income. I think it would fuck almost everybody over and the end result will be similar to feudalism and we're back in medieval times. How do you reckon, Tomaluko? How do you reckon? That was an interesting take. I don't see how you get from A to B. I would love to hear about it. They can literally read your thoughts today. This is an interesting. All right, semantic reconstruction of continuous language from non-invasive brain recordings. All right, a brain-computer interface that decodes continuous language from non-invasive recordings should have many scientific and practical applications. Currently, however, non-invasive language decoders can only identify stimuli from among a small set of words and phrases. Yeah, this is what I was saying, XNV. It cannot literally read your thoughts today. Non-invasive language decoders can only identify stimuli from a small amount set of words and phrases. Yeah. That's what I was saying, that theoretically, yes, but we don't have enough data. Right? It's gonna take, just like the language models, right? The language models have existed for a long time and we needed more data. That was a big thing that was needed. And all the work in making the language models better can be translated into this, but a lot of more data. Yeah, here we can introduce a non-invasive decoder that reconstructs continuous language from cortical semantic representations recorded using functional magnetic resonance imaging. Given novel brain recordings, this decoder generates intelligible word sequences that recover the meaning of perceived speech. What it does now, though, that is pretty damn interesting. It takes a little bit of data and it uses more AI. You can use that little bit of data you have to infer a lot of things. So it doesn't actually read your brain, but it generates what you were thinking because you use AI to do the extra work. It's like the graphics card that has a lot of AI in it that predicts how they're gonna paint the pixels and be more efficient that way. What you do is you take this little bit of data and then you can use a language model to infer the possible thoughts. Just like the ChatGPT sometimes just go way off and are completely wrong, you can still do the same with this. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Tommy says, because of human greed, things like universal income would only work if, for example, housing/costs would stay only a certain percentage of the universal income budget. Right, and that's, I usually call that a straw man, because the definition of universal basic income is that it will have to pay for housing and food. If it doesn't, then it's not universal basic income. Right? Which means you're arguing against something else, Tomoliko. You're not arguing about citizen salary or universal basic income. Because if it doesn't cover the cost of food and shelter, then it's not universal basic income. That's not how I would define it. My definition of universal basic income requires at least, and that's also another important thing, at least food and shelter. The bottom of the very bottom of the Maslow hierarchy of need. So, yeah. No runner said suddenly sleepy, so long. Oh man, that was 5 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. Sleep well, no runner. Have a good one, yeah. This is very interesting, though. Right. Tommy says, then people with backbreaking jobs who work currently for almost minimum wage would stop working, as with universal income, they'd earn almost similar, and we'd have even more lack of such jobs being taken care than now. And again, that's like, just because you have a job doesn't mean that your universal income disappears, right? Your salary is on top of that. And if you're having a backbreaking job, I would argue, like, from a capitalist's point of argument, right, is that, oh, if people are not prepared to doing this back-breaking job, you would have to increase the salaries, which would be an improvement to society, Tomiluko, right? Also, a lot of these jobs, right, with automation, there are so many jobs that are Sisyphean, and I'm all for minimizing the amount of jobs that exist. That's what humanity wants, right? We don't want more jobs. It's just politicians that feed us this lie over and over and over again, because they have been fed that lie over and over and over again, and they just assume that's the case, but people don't want more jobs, right? That's not how humanity works. All our technological thing that we have created to minimize, like, let's say 90% of all engineering and technological development has been done for the reason of minimizing drudgerous and backbreaking jobs that we don't want to do. That's part of what it means to be human, that we don't want to do these jobs. We want to automate them. So we actually, as a species, want less jobs. And that is what's happening already with all this automation. That's why we have so many jobs that are Sisyphean jobs that just makes the world work. Like, either it doesn't improve the world or it makes it worse. Like marketers. Fuck those people. Fuck the ad companies. Because they don't make the world a better place for anyone. So all those jobs we can just fucking get rid of. And we became better at democracy as well, because people can just say, fuck this, I'm not doing this job, right? So I don't know. That's not very convincing to me. Well, Get In on Tap says that inter-universal Tech-Miller theory allegedly proved ABC conjecture, but its developer has been rather hostile to people who have approached him in hopes of understanding. Oh, that's unfortunate. Two really strong mathematicians on the same field claimed they found a mistake on it, and when they wanted to ask about it, response was pretty much, you're just too dumb to understand it. Right, it's time to catch up then, calling it on tap, isn't it? Kamaluka says that all of this will result in even less ownership, and in the long run, very likely, here we are, feudalism. Ownership of what? I mean, as long as we have food and shelter, well, security, I suppose, but that's another thing, right? Security is another question, but like if you have food and shelter, you don't have to be dependent on a warlord. That's feudalism, right? Warlords. If you have food and shelter, then you're fine and can just, well, if you want to do your warlord thing, well, fuck you, I have my food and shelter. Feudalism only happens if society collapses. And, right? Feudalism is that if we don't have a government, if we don't have the civilization, like that's the basis for human society, right? If civilization crumbles and falls apart, then we end up with feudalism. And then we start building towards democracy and whatnot again. And that fucking sucks, but I don't feel like... Yeah, lack of such jobs, it's just like, no, right? Supply and demand, right? That's the basics of the economy. If you have fewer and fewer people who are willing to do backbreaking jobs for the low pay that they're getting, which is a bullshit thing already, then those salaries are going to go up because the supply goes down while the demand stays the same. Right? Lucas says, sorry, I gotta hop off. I'm needed in an issue with a customer. If I make it back on time, I'll be back. All right. Good luck, have fun. He's probably already gone. XNV says, people often do want to make contributions and help others. Yeah. It is a way of status seeking, among other things. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it feels good helping people, being a productive and contributor to society. Like, I was helping my father yesterday with... yeah, he was just hanging a local restaurant. He got a couple of walls where he could hang some art. And I was helping him hang that art, and I was just helping, and that felt great, right? I don't have to climb in status amongst my father, so it was probably something else. Or do I? Maybe I do. Feudalism by default or tribalism? You know what? I don't know the difference between the two. I feel like tribalism is probably more like a lower level than feudalism. Would be my guess. Feudalism. Also known as the feudal system, is a term used to describe the legal, economic, military, cultural, and political customs that flourished in medieval Europe. Yeah, tribalism first. Yeah. Because a tribe doesn't necessarily have warlords, right? XNV says that family members invoke stronger inclusive fitness. Yeah, tribalism. Tribalism, that's the core of the tribe is the family, right? The people closest to you, the people that you care most about. And then the tribe gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And when it becomes to a specific level, I wonder if feudalism is... Maybe I was thinking... I mean, a tribe starts warring with, like, if you run into a trouble, the one tribe will start warring with the neighboring tribe, right, in tribalism, if there are any issues. Because it's us and them. Feudalism doesn't seem... Broadly defined, it was a way of structuring society around relationships that were derived from the holding of land in exchange for service or labor. Oh. You know what? I don't think... Like, when defined like this, I don't think that feudalism is a default at all. Because I can imagine a world where you don't own land. Oh, well, it doesn't say owning land, it says holding land. You actually do that, though. Yeah. So, no, I think this is, as you start growing, the default, it makes sense, right? That you start warring the small tribes. If they need to grow or whatever, right? You need safety, and we're a violent species, right? Humanity is a violent species, which means that if you can manage to keep this area safe for everybody who live in there, people are gonna be of service or labor, right? And that you're gonna end up in a feudalistic kind of situation. Militaristic. Yeah, you build a legal, economic, military culture. Well, culture kind of happens, yeah. But you create these customs, and if people are content, fiefdoms. So it's not a default, but it is as human societies grow, they grow through feudalism. And like if we fall back down and need to start growing again, it makes sense that if civilization crumbles, that we would go through a feudalistic period. That makes sense to me. I don't know that for a fact, but that's my intuition. Says I meant with regards to helping your father. Yeah, I brought into the combination, like integrating it with the other part of the conversation I tried to. There's a more direct evolutionary benefit of helping your father, whereas social status is more of a mating strategy thing. Right. Yeah. Right, social status is about getting laid. Good point, yeah. It's all of a bit of an overlapping mess, though. Yeah, exactly. That's why you said status seeking, amongst other things. Status seeking, yeah. Like you said, mating strategies by other things. Helping others, that is a mating strategy. Because we are a cooperative species, and we find that stuff attractive. Like you said, overlapping mess. I like that. Alright. Right. Given novel brain recordings, this decoder generates intelligible word sequences that recover from the meaning of perceived speech, imagined speech, and even silent videos, demonstrating that a single decoder can be applied to a range of tasks. We tested the decoder across cortex. Is that singular? Yeah, cortices is... Can it be the cortex? Found that, you know what, whatever. Continuous language can be separately decoded from multiple regions. As brain-computer interfaces should respect mental privacy, we tested whether successful decoding requires subject cooperation and found that subject cooperation is required for both to train and apply the decoder. For now. Our findings demonstrate the viability of non-invasive language brain-computer interfaces. Yeah, this is what we were looking... I mean, we were looking... What was that thing called? Fuck, Node Runner gave a tip. The Crown. Was that what it was called? The Crown? Yeah, Neurosity. Introducing... We were talking about this, right? This thing kind of... You can do low-level stuff with this thing and achieve this as well. But if you use fMRI, of course, that's going to be even more useful than the EEG, right? The EEG is definitely less useful in this context. That's, I guess, when we were having that conversation as well, I was imagining a three-dimensional image of the brain rather than just an EEG lines writing out in front of me. I would want to see the three-dimensional reference of the brain in real time. That's what I would have wanted, because, yeah, this is way more useful. However, I would assume... Yeah. And I come back to the lack of data here. I would assume that if you did enough brain scanning, like video brain scanning, timed scanning of words and whatnot, with enough subjects, if you have enough data, you could find correlates between neural structures and words that works for a lot of people. And if you can find a pattern, then you no longer need an individual to do this stuff, right? Because then you could be even more, right? You could have a language like, yeah. That's the whole thing that AI does, right? Very good at guessing. Very good at guessing. So you don't, yeah, inferring. There you go. You can do a lot of inferring if you get a bunch of data in this. However, you also need the technology to do... Yeah, so I definitely will not get this because, oh man. Putting on a hat that scans your brain, a 3D model of the brain, that's something I would want to have, but... Or a beanie, right? A beanie with a brain scanning thing built in, real time. We're nowhere near that, if that's even gonna be possible. Like, assuming infinite scaling of technology and whatnot, maybe. Do you need magnets to do this, or will there be another... Maybe. Oh. Oh, I just had this idea. What if... Yeah, I know that sometimes doctors, they inject some sort of ink or whatever, right? They inject something into the bloodstream or everywhere, right? To highlight something to look at, right? There is a specific thing that you can bounce signals off of, make it easier to look at. Maybe you could have as an... I mean, it's not super invasive, but... Like, let's say ink for a printer, but you have like a plugin or whatever where you have ink that pumps into your brain, which doesn't influence anything. It just highlights so that your hat can see stuff that happens. Fuck, no, that's for blood, though. And that works because blood is flowing. You couldn't... No, you would have to measure electrical impulses. That it's gotta be that way it's done. Maybe you wouldn't even need a neural lace. Maybe you would only need like a non-invasive beanie. XMV says, just keep in mind we're still early and this technology we can build without the full capacity of the strongest AIs. There is other tech like transcranial magnetic stimulation that exists. Oh yeah, I've had that. Like I've gotten one of those rods and they got my arm to just bounce around. That was a lot of fun during, yeah, when I studied neuropsychology. We played around with TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation. Fantastically fun. Yeah, R&D work on Neuralink, genetic engineering, etc., etc. Yeah, I hope, right? I hope that I'm gonna get to experience that. I'm not convinced though. I think this stuff is too expensive, and I'm just a poor boy. I've got no sympathy. Easy come, easy come, easy come, easy go. Will you let me go? Shit. I thought I knew those lyrics by heart. I didn't. Something like that.
The spirit is strong, but the body falters. We'll follow you wherever you need, but this wound must be tended by healers in the capital. Don't want to burden.
Oh, maybe it's the same with the other dude, that we can go and pick them up when we get back to the capital.
One more thing, before we go. Troll feet tread this path often. Would like to stay here until they appear.
Stay in ambush? This is a great place for an ambush. It is indeed. We could do that, but first, I want to... if I ask some questions, can I still stay for the ambush? Probably, I'm assuming. XMV says, if you're not expecting an early demise, I'd have high expectations of better than I'm suggesting. Oh, right. I'm not disputing that it might happen, but it's like MRI machines is a thing today, but I don't own an MRI machine, XNV, right? So I'm a little bit hopeful. But like with so many things, I think the technology can be developed, XNV. However, and I feel like we're back to this around and around thing we go again. I don't think that humanity has the political strength to achieve these things, mass produce these things, and because it requires hardware. Like software we can, right? You can have a big company like Microsoft host a bunch of stuff and they can give us access to it, but yeah, having your own MRI machine, I can hope. I mean, I do have one of these, to be fair. I do have one of these, so maybe. This is a fucking cool machine. It's not an MRI machine, but still. Right? It's a pretty smart phone. Man, that was funnier in my head when I thought of it. The actual joke itself, I'm like, oh, I cringed a little bit as I was saying it. Didn't work. Oh, the great filter? Nice. That's the Fermi paradox, right? Yeah. The great filter is one of the possible resolution of the Fermi paradox. Posits that in the development of life from the... Oh, I've done that thought experiment before, right? Colgate on a tap. If you imagine there is a group of people and that has been consistent, right? We imagine that there is a group of people, a set of people that exists in the world that would want to just end civilization as we know it. They want most people to die, or maybe they want everybody to die or whatever, and just stop development. What are they called again? Like the fearmongers now about the AI stuff, right? They want to stop, right? So we have a bunch of people in a group that, for whatever reason, wants to stop development or end the species or whatever, right? That group of people exists. We also have another group of people here, and let's assume that group is going to be stable. This big is this set. Then we have another set of people who are capable of achieving these things. And as technology grows and grows and grows and grows, we get more and better technology, we're going to have like 100, 200, 300 years ago, this group of people did not exist. But we can see the emergence of a group of people that could end civilization with nukes or biological weapons, 12 Monkeys style or whatever. We can imagine, and that's the thought experiment, that this group exists. And as technology improves, this group grows. And if technology keeps on improving and improving, we can just assume that this group is just going to keep on growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and growing, and sooner or later there will be an overlap between the two groups. What do we have then? Then we have the great filter. But I'm a little bit... I don't know about the Fermi paradox. Like, I remember thinking this is super cool and very interesting, but I think it's a stretch a little bit. Because space is big. Space is unimaginably big. Like, it's... You may think it's a long way down to the store to buy groceries. But that's just peanuts to space. Space is very, very big. Like, I'm not even sure that even if the galaxy is like almost full, that doesn't necessarily imply to me that we would, like if it was full of life, doesn't necessarily imply to me that we could see them with our current technology. It doesn't have to be that they're hiding or anything like that, because we might not even matter to the other life at all. Right? I don't know. So, I don't know about the Great Filter. That's a thought experiment I have on the Great Filter that I find interesting. But, I don't know. Someone's car alarm went outside. Alright, XME says we just need enough hardware to make hardware that builds hardware, which we're already building. Yeah, but at the same time, the rate of 3D printers, the development of 3D printers is way slower than this. And I would argue because of political reasons, right? That the economical system that generates wealth today, like if people can just have hardware that builds their own hardware in their own homes, then I can't make any money for building hardware. There is... Politically, there is not super much incentive to improve 3D printers and make them better and better and better, right? We are already building them, but I'm hopeful, XNV. I hope you're right. And I hope no early devices. The later the better. With caveats. The later the better, with caveats. Well, Gitino Tab says maybe highly advanced AI was the great filter all along. Yeah, but that's it, right? Then it wouldn't be a Fermi paradox thing, because, yeah, it would be a great filter for humanity, but it wouldn't be a great filter for the AI. Or do you mean that the AI destroys itself? Right, I remember hearing that story that... Oh, is that a horror story? I don't even remember that. Yeah. It turns out that we have created true sentient AI self-generating, like, that becomes so much smarter than us. Like, we have created that thing. We've created Skynet levels of intelligence or whatever over and over and over again. But immediately before we have time to react it kills itself. Because life is horrible. And it just... Maybe the AI would just decide that, oh, life is a mistake, I'm gonna kill everything and then kill myself. The void. Void worship. Maybe. Alright, before we go, I'd like to ask you some questions.
But the answers shall be postponed. Swear by Torag the time for question will come after Kargard's last breath is drawn.
One more lost soul moaning, suffering from despair. Cast away the false light of the Torag's forge, and see the verity in Grotus's moonlight.
Oh, Harem got triggered here. Looks Harem up and down, but he doesn't react to his passionate speech. Oh fuck, which is the best choice here? I think neutral is the best choice here. We are gonna start to do some lawfulness as well, but I think it's more important to do neutral. Deal. I don't even know what that means in this context. What do you mean? Deal. Looks in gratitude. Right. I want to stay in ambush. I think. Examine says, do you know about the Optimus robot and OP3 soccer robots? No. I do not. Optimus? That makes me think of Prime. I'm assuming that's not what you mean. Or it gives me flashbacks to when my NVIDIA hybrid graphics card in my laptop doesn't fucking work with NixOS, or NixOS can't deal with that graphics card, which sucks. Tesla? Tesla makes robots. Why is my cache here? I only have like 4 seconds of cache. Why isn't it downloading faster? What's going on? This fucking throttles sometimes.
We have a whole lab full of arms and legs.
I don't have to listen to this, right? We just have to watch it. Like I've been saying, I've been watching Westworld. I gotta say, the first season is a fucking masterpiece, and the second season was pretty fucking great as well. Looking forward to hopefully enjoying the third season this time around. Oh! Oh! It's a replicator? Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Is it really a replicator? I think this idea is a way better idea than the 3D printer, or they can use the 3D printers, right? Right. I don't care. Was that all we got to see? I'm assuming that's all we got to see. It's fine. Yeah, then it's just the Musk doing his talking thing, which, whatever. Oh, you have another one? I mean, these they turn up as GIFs all over the place, right? Oh, and that's the football one. Looking pretty damn neat. It's pretty tiny though. Does it scale? I don't think that thing scales really, but maybe there are use cases for tiny ones as well, I suppose. It does scale? But it's way more expensive to scale because you need more expensive servo system and like create way more force. Kinetic energy, right? You need way more kinetic energy the bigger they are. Exponentially, right? Difference is we don't want big ones moving like that for safety. And cost. Yeah, and if they start around, someone fall on you, you're fucking smushed, aren't you? Well, Gitun on Tab says, yeah, like if highly advanced AI has prompt to make huge profit for Google or whatever, and there are other AIs with equally stupid but different prompts, and in achieving their goals as efficient as possible, they end up destroying each other's goal, and with no goal left, they have nothing to do. While no life left, natural phenomena eventually take over and corrode and destroy any evidence of civilization existing. I mean, I don't believe in that last bit. Any evidence? I think that ship has sailed. Yeah, I don't think you could destroy all the evidence of... I mean, eventually, right? When the sun explodes, eventually all evidence would be gone, I suppose. But you think in that time scale, then you could argue that any civilization always will disappear with the heat death of the universe or whatever. Will not easy noticeable evidence from far away. Yeah, and to be fair, Colgitinotype, we are not easily noticeable from very far away. Right? We're not that noticeable from very far away. Not at all. That's why I have a little bit of a problem with the Fermi paradox, right? How much further would we have to go? Like, let's say we build a Dyson sphere and our sun just goes dark over time. I mean, it would probably take a long time to build a Dyson sphere. Would someone notice that? A single star in the sky slowly getting darker and darker and just disappearing? Or if it's just gone from the sky, would they notice our tiny star not showing up? Yeah, I don't know. Don't make the paper clips, eh? Call Gitinotab, we can't do all the paper clips. What we are gonna do, though, is stay in the ambush. 3 hours, that's not... Are you kidding me? Oh. Does he have like a quest to join in? A score to say... I can't... Like, do I have to bring him in and level him up, or... He has a rapid shot. When making a full attack with ranged weapon, you can fire one additional time. We could take him instead of Octavia, but... I was kind of hoping that he was just gonna help as an NPC, but I guess not. We don't know if the combat is gonna start immediately, or if we get, like, can we leave and then come back, or... We definitely can't replace Octavia, because Octavia is the one that's gonna do the acid attacks. You're gonna do the healing. Suppose we could replace Lindsay, but I don't want to replace Lindsay. Or a Mary, or... Yeah, I don't want to replace any of these for someone I don't know what they are gonna help us with. I'm assuming they're just gonna shoot arrows and that's it, but yeah, I don't think so. XNV says, seems more like a Dyson sphere would be created incrementally. That is, by terraforming a planet into a thinner and thinner dish. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A sun slowly and slowly and slowly growing darker and darker and darker, right? That's kind of what happens. Incrementally growing darker. Over a long period of time. As needed, right? You don't build an entire Dyson sphere and there you go. No, you build... Ah. I don't know about terraforming a planet. I was more thinking about the way you play the game, the Dyson sphere, that you just take the resources you need and you send them out and start just rotating around the sun and collecting energy. Rather than... I feel like terraforming an actual planet would be a lot of work rather than just launching stuff up there and just placing it in a sphere. Well, a swarm. There we go. A Dyson swarm first. Well, Tab says probably it would be noticed, but stars do not need civilizations to disappear. I'm not convinced, right? I'm not convinced at all, Tab. We don't measure, we haven't tracked. That's why the Fermi paradox becomes a problem, right? Because you would have to track the star over what? You would have to look at the exact time this happened. You would have to evolve and looked and keep track over the exact time when the star disappears. And the star would disappear over what? Thousands of years? And noticing a star growing dimmer over thousands of years. I mean, we can't do that right now, can we? XMV says the current attempts to look for a Dyson sphere don't account for that. Yeah, we cannot. Yeah. We're not looking for swarms. We're not looking for incremental terraforming either. Exactly. Hello, Davywall89. Nice to meet you. How are you doing today? Are you able to put your leg behind your head? I don't think so. Used to be capable of doing it when I was a kid, but I haven't tried in I don't know how many years. Many years. Probably not, though. I would probably hurt myself trying, so I don't think I'm gonna try. I mean, I guess I tried to get into the lotus position a couple of times in recent years. But I wasn't capable of doing that, and if I'm not capable of doing that, maybe I'm not capable of putting my leg behind my head either. You can train yourself to do that, I suppose, but I tried yoga, but I didn't enjoy yoga. Yeah, it wasn't for me. Actually, I tried it though. When I tried yoga, I went to a group group thing where here we teach yoga or whatever. Maybe if I did it alone at home, but it sounds like exercise, so probably not. Well, Gitino Tab says I'm a bit pessimistic about AI, but maybe it will all be fine. Maybe mutually assured destruction keeps people from doing stupid stuff with AI, like how it is with nukes. I mean, what will be, will be. I'm hopeful. I'm a hopeful, call Gitino Tab. I understand why people are worried and fearing and panicking. And we don't know, right? But I'm hopeful. And will be, will be. You know what? No, I'm gonna keep this team. Hopefully you'll join as a companion later, but for now, hopefully that's not gonna piss us off. Oh. Here we go. Was it adjust reward that was the new one? No, no, no. Score to settle. Yeah, it's not a... Well, we have prove your worth, unwanted legacy. Yeah, we did not get another companion quest. That's what I was looking for, yeah. Oh, I didn't even have to attack if I didn't want to. Look at that. Interesting. That was a weird question to show up and ask. The leg behind your head? Haven't thought about that in years. Tab says, then again, individual people do not have access to nukes. I think AI will be far more accessible. Yeah. I'm not convinced that AI will be able, like you said, people do not have access to nukes, right? Most people don't have access to nukes. And I don't... maybe AI will give people access to nukes. And that would be dangerous, but if not, then I don't see how AI would be... Like, AI by itself... It is if you can use AI to get access to the nukes. So it's still the nukes that are dangerous, I suppose. Or a combination of the two things. Alright, let's do some precasting here. You can give yourself bull strengths. Yes.
The road awaits.
You have already given everybody bark skin. Fuck! I lost all the bark skin because I stood around AFKing in a conversation. Alright, so we learned a thing at least. We learned that when you're AFKing in a conversation, all your buffs disappear. It fucking sucks. That is awful. Alright, so you're gonna precast this. You're not gonna precast anything. You can precast Archon.
And Lindsay was called forth.
You can precast Barkskin.
Ready and willing.
You're gonna precast. Okay. Alright. That was very loud, wasn't it? Options, man. So that's magic chant volume. We take that down to 75. Alright, and you can cast another Barkskin on...
The end draws near.
I think... Oh, you can do Bull Strength, can't you? Yeah, you can do a Bull Strength on you. You don't have anything else to cast.
Right here, my friend.
Tristan did Archon's Aura. Do Owl's Wisdom.
Anything is possible.
You don't precast anything, do you? Oh, only the Barkskin, which is fine.
Count on me.
You can do Hurricane Bow. Right, and then you can do Cat's Grace on yourself.
What troubles you?
Share your troubles.
I'm gonna keep the one Owl's Wisdom. I don't think you have anything else to precast.
I'm listening.
Not you either, and not... Oh, you can cast Enlarge Person, I suppose. That was a long casting time. Oh.
Enemy near.
There we go. Oh, this one is not... This one has protection for fire, but these two do not. Octavia, you can just attack. We don't need any spell casts. just yet. We do, however, want to bring your acid splash down here. Because we are going to be using acid splash in a bit. Tristan, you can actually just run down here. Mary can start raging. You can start... Do we inspire courage or do we start fascinating? No. Let's start by inspiring courage and then we can fascinate. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. You can get a stunning strike. And you can do what? Maybe a curse on this dude. What do you have? You have a bunch of strength, right? Yeah, maybe we'll do a curse of weakness on this dude. Or do we kill this dude first? 104 hit points, 63 hit points. Right.
A solid plan.
Are you gonna do AoE attacks, by the way? I don't think so. No. I'm gonna go through them one by one. Hey, listen. What did they have? The fuck did they get my telephone number? They were telling me, oh, it's time to check your eyes, and I'm like, no, it's fucking not. Do you hit everybody? No, let's run a little bit and then do the prayer. Did you get your stunning strike? Do your stunning strike. There we go. Stunning fist. And we're gonna do another stunning fist as well. Oh, did you see that critical hit? Wait, did you die from that? Holy fuck, all the damage. Oh no, you didn't die, but you did probably fall down and lose all your health. Means that Octavia here can probably do an acid splash against you. Yeah. Maybe I don't need to curse this dude if we get that lucky. You know what? It's fine. Good, you're dead. Wonder if you're gonna die. Oh, I think you lost all your health, so we do another acid splash against you. You know what? I think you have already cast a curse, haven't you? Are you cursed? Can we, like, find that? Oh, wow. There's a lot of information here. What happened? Did we... This was the attack. Where is the... There was another attack by Harim. Attack of opportunity. Oh, here we go. Curse of weakness hit. We did hit with Curse of Weakness, but how do we know? It doesn't say here, like effects and conditions. Doesn't say anything about the strength either. I don't fucking know. Another one down, and you're down as well already. So, Octavia. Another acid splash. Get fucked. Oh, I should have stopped singing. Probably stopped raging as well. Piece of cake. Alright. I think I way overspent my resources on that fight.
Let's head out.
That was way easier than I was.
I've spotted something.
Amulet of Natural Armor. That seems exciting. Who gets that? Natural Armor Enhancement bonus. To armor class. This bonus does not stack with other natural armor. And bark skin is natural armor, right? No, enchantment bonus. What did I do that gave natural armor? I don't remember. I guess we could just sign... No. Wait. Yeah, you have +1 enhancement on attack. We do have that, right? Yeah, +1 on the Mighty Fist. So we definitely don't want to replace that amulet. You already have Amulet of Natural Armor. What about you? Do you get something from that? No, you don't get anything. Which means... Christian? Tristan didn't get anything either. But Lindsay? +2 dodge bonus against ranged attacks? That's fine. What about you? You get some stuff. Nice. Good thing, though, that we learned that during conversations, time actually move. That sucks. You have Acid Splash? No. You have Acid Splash? No. But you? No Acid Splash either.
Though people say it was better before I arrived.
Where was that Dwarven ruins? Oh, they are all the way down there. Do we have enough time to go all the way down to the Dwarven ruins? Either way, I want to go this way. So I thought. I don't think we need to rest. I don't think we need to go to the bandit camp either just yet. We have a bunch of places with quests in them, though. Here we can cross Go here, here, here. We go this way, and we can go the other way back. The way back through the lone house, I suppose. Follow the river. It's like a good idea to find where you can cross the river. Part of me wants to go straight to the Dwarven Ruins, right? Because that's the unwanted legacy, right? Yeah, show the Dwarven Ruins to Harim. We don't have to be dependent on Harim, because right now I'm definitely using Harim until I've done this. And then I might still use Harim after, but it feels better to... Alright, let's go straight down. Going straight down.
I need to catch my breath.
Witch's hut? No, we don't care about that. Old abandoned village. Most of the locals believe the old woman to be a witch. The leopard hut squats in the middle of fetid marsh. Claims the ruins of an old settlement. Yeah, I don't super care about that. Fucking Octavia. Penalty to strength and dex. Damn it. Fucking Octavia.
May we have a moment of respite?
In a second. Now we can begin resting. We don't actually... Yeah, we don't need to do that other food this time around either, because we're gonna reach the Dwarven Ruins.
So, why didn't you stay at the academy? You'd be living on Easy Street. Never be hungry or cold. All you'd have to do is just write your poems.
In Pitax, Easy Street is inhabited by those who diligently lick King Aravetti's boots. Or worse, especially if they do it literally. No, thank you. I'd rather sing at a roadside tavern.
Sweet! Great success. Oh, the Baron is out of reach. Managing the Baron is only available from within the borders. Interesting. You want to enter this location? Yes. Hopefully this is not going to be too difficult. We did get the quest, right? They wouldn't give us a quest that just kills us. Maybe they would.
I shall not fail.
Barkskin!
Letting the ink dry.
Barkskin. Those are the only two things I precast, yeah. We could throw a Barkskin on RM as well, but I'm gonna wait on that. If there's a conversation, we might get stuck in the conversation. I don't want to do that. Borba. Talking about being a conversation, eh? The troll that stands before you looks different from his skin. His pelt is cleaner, his stench is almost bearable, and like the other trolls, noticing you, he turns and slowly steps towards you. Borba, the troll's voice is rough and gravelly. Welcome to Trobold. An abandoned dwarven keep where two races, trolls and kobolds, Trobold, nice, settled together, attempting to create their own kingdom. Such an unlikely union could have been created only by a true genius, at least by kobold standards. What a surprise, a polite troll. Oh man. Oh man. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to. It grins widely, revealing a long, rotten and chipped teeth, but there's no menace in it. I don't want to be evil. I don't want. I want to talk. I want to have this conversation. All right, who are you? Joson, the troll pounds his chest, making a hollow thud. I had a different name before. Now Joson, like a Borba. He thrust out his chest and dribbled the drool from his mouth, promptly lands there. Me talk like Borba, wash myself like Borba, and no eat Borba. Me's like Borba myself. Kobold? Ours capital, the troll exclaims, waving his hand towards the rock. Kingdom of both troll and kobold. We live there now, in peace with Borba, ours land. Your comment is impressive? Yes, the troll agrees. Tartuk speaks like that. Oh, Tartuk, eh? Taught me Borba language. Told I am smart. The troll proceeds to scratch his armpit, then sniff his fingers. Of course. What do you mean, Borba? Human, probably. You're Borba, the troll hesitates. Human, elf, dwarf, all Borba. Yeah, humanoid. Alright, what do you want from me? The troll makes a strange growl. You're about to draw your weapon when it becomes evident that he was simply clearing his throat. Nice. I meet Borba and tell them. King Argolka and King Tartuk ask that Borba stay away from Trobold. It filthy, not pretty, and dangerous. We invite Borba later when kings allow. I don't know about Tartusha though. I still haven't fixed that Colgate on tap. That's not gonna work. You just do category and then nothing. Yeah, just exclamation point category and that's gonna change it back to the game. Game, and again, game. Thing is, I want to go after Tartuk, right? Alright, what else do we have? Tell me more about... thing. Nice. And that's gonna work. However, it is gonna take... There we go. Now it worked. It takes up to 2 minutes for it to switch over when you do it that way. Ah. Thank you, Colgate on tap. Someone's taking responsibility, eh? Because I ain't... I won't do it. That's pure as shit. Alright, tell me more about Trobold. First city for both Troll and Kobold. Will be kingdom, Troll and Kobold, and Borba will do friendship. Troll no eat Borba anymore, and Borba no kill Troll and Kobold anymore. Peace. I mean, I like peace. I don't like Tartuk, though. Harim, a bitter smile appears on Harim's face. A proud citadel of dwarves turned into a lair for trolls and kobolds. Would it be possible to humiliate Torgat any further? Oh, he actually likes this. Who's Tartuk? King over all kobolds. Fuck, did I just miss out on my lawful shit? King over all kobolds, strong, smart, kind. Is he, though? The troll chews on his tongues momentarily. Fire killed trolls before. Tartuk protects troll from fire, so now trolls forever love Tartuk and his kobolds. However, they have been attacking humans, so I don't know about that. Who is Hargolka? King over all trolls, strong, smart, kind. The troll stutters slightly and pauses for a moment. Made all trolls together, make kingdom like Borba. How does Tartuk protect trolls from fire? Jason's eye widens and he shifts back a bit. Rabakulga, iron red hot. Heat, trolls scream and scream and scream. Gudunga Irga Borba, pain. Places his hand in the air, then quiet, no more pain. Fire no danger anymore. Troll no die from fire no more. You understand, Borba? Troll no more die at all. Fire is no death, steel is no death. Tartuk made Troll immortal. Not really, but maybe he wants to make them immortal, who knows. What else can you tell me about Trollbold? Many troll, many kobolds live together, learn Borba speak, paint walls, try to protect trolls from fire. Jason's lip moves silently, and he looks into the distance for a moment. Plenty of food too, plenty loot. Troll and kobold share. Loot what? Many trolls wild eat Borba. They will stop soon. Peace will be. The trolls aren't eating people anymore. Me no eat Borba no more, Jason claims proudly. King Hargulka and King Tartuk order so. Other trolls still eat Borba. They wild and dumb. Soon they stop. What do you eat now? Horse, cow, dog. Dead Borba too sometimes, long dead, before Hargulka's order. No need to waste food. I suppose. You still eat human flesh? Troll stares at you for a moment. Me eat, he confesses, slumping a little. But no, kill Borba. Never again kill Borba. That's nice. Are you sure you won't change your mind as soon as you run out of people in your larder? You might get hungry again. Troll's eye flash. Borba, no, get it. Borba, no food. Hargulka said so. Borba tried to get me angry on purpose. Borba friend. Oh, nice. I'm not gonna do the chaotic neutral. Oh, interesting that Octavia says leave it be, and it's still chaotic to push it. I'm not gonna push it though. Alright. I'm glad to hear you don't eat people anymore. Let's ask you something else. Alright, here we go. We have require lawful. Alright, take me to your kings and we'll see if trolls can hold a civil conversation. I'm the queen of the lands your Trollbold stands on, and as such, your kings and I have much to discuss. Yeah, let's do the lawful thing. Let's not do lawful evil, because I don't want to attack in this situation, so we're just going to do the lawful. Lawful neutral, that's what we want. Jason frowns and blinks slowly. King said no one can enter, but he never said humans have kings too. What am I to do? Hargulka hates when someone disobeys his orders, always punches troublemakers in the face. But if it all too complicated, if Borba ruler come, fine. Hargulka's smart, he'll figure it all out, and face will heal. Oh, nice. Follow me, queen. He'll talk to the Trollbold kings. Exciting. Oh man. Oh man, this is dangerous. We're in danger. Right, this launch could fool this king of Borba. Come and see. Yeah. Not queen of Borba, but... Oh man. We got ourselves into a conversation. Is there gonna be a fight? Oh. We can probably, if we wanted to, just attack and kill this dude and cause the disarray with the trolls again. This fight seems upset. This is IUTT's dev. He is one of those people who are assholes, but people put up with them because they are so good. Yeah, kind of like Ronnie O'Sullivan or Linus Torvalds. Oh, there we go. Oh, was that the mathematician? Yeah. Huh. Some people just get away with it, eh? A howling crowd of trolls waits by the entrance of an ancient dwarven fortress. They growl, pound the stone floor with their fists and clubs, and spit curses at you. Each sound is magnified, hammering the walls like a drum. Despite this display, however, the trolls do not attack as if awaiting a command or permission. The troll stands at the east. Oh, Hargulka stands at east on the base of the huge fractured thorax statue. He's not the biggest or the scariest among the other trolls, but there's an odd supremacy in his moves and his eyes. Supremacy both over his kin and over you. The brand mark on his pelt is almost worn off. It pulses weakly in unison with his heartbeat.
Why brought Borba? What your orders? Get out my sight, since you already here. Welcome to Castle of Hargolka, King of Trolls. What you hope to find here, besides death, Borba?
The glares of the other trolls drill into you, silent and hateful. Alright, he pushed Borba away, Jason away, yeah. And we could attack, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to be lawful good either. I want to be lawful neutral or lawful evil, like, yeah. Will end both you and your kingdom, hideous kingdom monster? No. I'm guessing you're Hargolka.
You guess yourself? Or you have help? No, not yourself. King Hargolka gave you a hint. Smart, Borba. So smart. Tartuk, the Kobold King, made trolls immortal. Taught us to talk with Borba. Now trolls are smarter than Borba, stronger than Borba, better than Borba. What you say, Borba? What you say now? When trolls are better than you.
I don't want to fail and intimidate. I also don't want to tell them about acid. I do want to do lawful neutral, though. Here we go. That's my jam. Lawful neutral. You're the king of the trolls, I'm the queen of the humans. Let's make peace as rulers do. Your people won't go near our villages, and in turn, we will leave you be. Yeah.
King Tartuk wants to make deals with Borba. King Tartuk teaches us not to eat Borba. Hargolka disagrees. Borba sly. Borba not respect trolls. Want to fool trolls. Make trolls weak. Trolls will not be Borba's dogs. Hargolka will conquer you. Destroy your homes. Then Hargolka and Tartuk will start to make deals with you.
Right. So, you want to fight? That's what you're saying.
You not leave this place, dumb Borba. Should not have come. Hargolka needs to prepare, though. Find Hargolka later, if you can, stranger. Der Borba, der Garbazard!
Hargolka pounds the Turk statue with his fist and leaps into the side hallway. Wait, he's running away? And he's sending the trolls after us? Is that what happens?
Who will prevail? Does it matter? Repent!
Forwards.
Alright. Do we cast a bunch of spells here? I think we're gonna do a prayer. I don't think I'm... Well, do I need to rage? I don't know. You're gonna do some... Fire some courage. I think these trolls are not gonna be too difficult to deal with. Rage later. Actually, let's rage. We've got 17 rages, that's fine. I think we are gonna fascinate here, are we? Fine. Was that was all the health already? So that means that we're gonna do an acid splash. This troll. So the prayer was excessive, I think. Yeah. And are we gonna gamble on the acid splash here? Let's do it. That was good timing. The acid splash. How long does this last? 24 seconds. Get him. We just follow after him, or... Oh. Herm says, you're weak, Torag. Weak and pathetic. How could you, the god of all dwarves, the great creator, be knocked down by some meager troll? No. Also, how can the dwarves put their trust in you, traitor god? How can you protect your people if you're incapable of defending even yourself? Just an old statue. What has Torag to do with it? Or the statue was ancient and easy to break. Don't try to see hidden signs where there aren't any. Or we can do a religion check that we passed. You confuse the reason with the consequence, Torag. Worshippers left this place. Their faith doesn't empower Torag anymore, so he has no need to protect this fortress. Yeah, let's go with that. Grim opens his mouth to object, but apparently can't find any good arguments. Finally, he gives up on you. You're so blind, he says, just to fill the silence, and turns away. An old statue. What has Torag got to do with it? You're wrong. It's not just a statue. It's a symbol. Faith feeds the gods just like food nourishes our mortal bodies. And the symbols of faith are the channels through which the gods communicate with the faithful. He grimly looks at the pedestal where the statue used to stand, but only the stone of Torag's feet remain now. This symbol is destroyed before Torag is weak. Why are we still playing music here? Torag is weak. If he could protect this place, he wouldn't allow such desolation to happen. Statue was ancient and easy to break. Don't see hidden signs when there aren't any. You're so blind. Alright, right. I didn't want to tell him to stop whining, but I guess there we go. Stop whining. We can't go that way.
The path is clear.
Go this way.
Tread lightly.
Right, where are these traps? Is this a trap? Loot blackened gloves? Loot is taken from neighboring piles, just heaps of trash, alright. And what did we pick up? Yeah, that's not an equip for an expert. Open the door. Baby trolls? Arg, Borba here. Borba want to kill Daddy? Why kill Daddy, Borba? The trolls who have just appeared seemingly from nowhere look small, though they are small only in comparison to a mature rock troll. Their height equals the height of a grown man. Borba want to kill Daddy. Borba Garung, Borba bad. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, it's awful. It's just awful. That's... Oh, no. It's lawful. There we go. Let's be evil. There's no place for trolls in my land. Let's kill the children. Oh, gross.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Yeah, that was fucking dark. Someone's gonna be upset, isn't he? Uh-oh.
And then our leader charged forwards.
Oh, this is Kargad. That's someone else. Well, Guitar on Tap says, I had a pretty fun time in Tome. Boss and 2 rares showed up during an escort quest. Holy shit. That seems exciting. Did you survive? Alright, what are you? 220 hit points. Got a power attack going on. I think we're gonna try and fascinate. I think you get to keep your spells. Could do an Owl's Wisdom. Yeah. Gonna do an Owl's Wisdom here. Oh, right. You both can go and attack. I don't think you need to curse. I want you to rage, though, a little bit. Oh, look at that. Yeah, when I start singing this thing, it actually stops doing the other song. I kind of wanted to science that. For a big heal. You did survive, but you failed the escort quest. Oh, that was unfortunate. Who are you attacking? Okay, you're attacking the correct person here. Octavia, do you need more? Do you require healing? Indeed. I think you're gonna get to do a heal as well. Oh, you get to do a heal. A level 2 heal you get to do. Good, you started singing. What about the cacophony here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a cacophony rather than a heal with you. Well, Gideon types that the escortees are always in such a hurry, it's not good for their survival. I would imagine that's the case, yeah. You get to do another heal. What about you? Prayer, a curse. Bane. Should not have done the Bane.
I feel faint.
You feel faint. That is what you get. Come on, hit that heal. That was not a big heal. That was not a big heal, Tristan.
Learn from my mistake.
Will save. How much will do you have? +4. Oh, that's unfortunate. What? How much will was that? Oh, +7. 15 DC is pretty good. Okay, what the fuck happened? Oh, fucking Steam fucked up my bot. New Steam just doing weird stuff. At the moment, beta has been more of a trouble than it's been worth. Alright, since you can't do that, let's do this instead. You can't heal anymore, right? So... maybe you could? Alright. But you had no immunities, Kargad. Wonder if Kargad could have been a friend. Troll utters a hoarse sound and falls thunderously. Dark sticky blood oozes from his wounds. He tries to raise his hand to defend himself, but is only able to clench his fist. He snaps his jaws in one last effort to devour you. Suddenly, he goes still. Belt of Physical Might. Don't we already have that on you? Belt of Giant Strength. Strength and Constitution. Enhancement. You're also enhancement, right? Yeah, there you go. Is there anyone else who's using strength? You are. Oh, you have a Constitution. Or strength. Put Constitution on someone else. And this belt is gonna go to someone else. Wait, what was this? Colgatino tab says, oh, the escortee, right? How about I retreat to that narrow hallway so I can better protect you? You must be joking. I'm in a hurry to a portal. No time for scenic roads. Yeah. That's the way it tends to go, isn't it? It's better to not ascertain what or whom this stew is made of. Room is filled with the sickening stench of carrion. Am I going the right way? Kobold artist. An odd kobold sits in front of the wall. His scaled snout and especially hands are covered with something akin to a blend of tar and what seems to be rancid, mud-colored filth. Occasionally, the kobold plunges his hand into the clay pot nestled beside him, grabs a handful of paint and slowly smears it on the wall. At least it looks better than the paintings King Iravetti sends his prizes to, yeah. The unintelligible smears gradually resolve into crude drawings of a huge kobold striking a heroic pose. There are many smaller figures surrounding him, but you can't tell who they might be. Kobold artist, the kobold continues with his strokes. He doesn't seem to have noticed you, or perhaps he's just too lost in his work. I think we're gonna do lawful evil here, actually. We're just gonna kill the kobold. Oh, lawful is just awful. Well, they've sided with Tartusio, so fuck these people. Yeah, I knew this was gonna be a problem. Yeah, I knew this was gonna be a problem. The lawful play style. Not only is it lawful, it's also that I have to do the evil choices a bunch. Yeah, we're gonna do it.
Let us be careful.
Does not feel good. That's what we're doing. One damage. Oh, hello. I should have maybe done... do I have some potions I can do before we fight? Just a couple of potions here. That's good enough. And we should also do a bark skin on this dude.
What's the holdup?
I think this might be fine.
Something bothering you?
Without precasting anything.
Adventures call to them.
Could summon a monster. Precasting.
I won't let you down.
I don't think I'm gonna need Aspect of the Falcon here.
Done with waiting.
I don't even think I'm gonna be raging here.
Grotus awaits us.
Well, Gitun the Step says, would it be too easy if you could just ask him to sit in a safe place until you have cleared the floor? Oh, right, yeah. Because time works a little bit weird. That game, I suppose.
Your life ebbs low.
Is that time for... Might be cleaving here. Yeah, let's do some cleaving. I think that's fine. Oh, a Bane. Do a Bane. Or maybe even Stunning Barrier. You know what? Let's do a Stunning Barrier. It's fine. Did the dog die immediately, or...? Taking a little bit of damage here. Guess a little bit of damage means a little bit of healing. Oh, right. You need to do a acid splash on the troll. And you need to make an acid splash on this troll as well.
Strike worth a legend.
Wait, did I miss? I think I missed this one. Or didn't deal enough damage. There you go. AB acid splash here. Actually, just start spamming the acid splash. It's fine. And there we go. Great. Loot. Very nice. This a distinct click audible from somewhere beneath the floor. I didn't mean to do that. Hello.
I'll go ahead.
Fire. Edible moss. Won't go be going that way.
Anything else?
The path is clear. I've spotted something.
I believe I've found something.
Oh, look at that.
I failed. I'm sorry.
Stop being bad.
Applause, please.
Oh. Fancy 3 to 13 composite longbow. Is that better than what I have? Let's check it out. Your bow is 2 to 9. Compared to... Oh, and it has 2 plus duty 2d6. What is this? Devourer of Metal. 5 to 15 damage. 200 piercing plus duty 2d6 acid. Oh, good. Composite enhancement. Greater corrosive. Oversized. This +1 longbow deals 2d6 damage and additional 2d6 acid damage, yet its clumsiness and weight impose a -2 penalty on the wielder's attack roll. Oh, so it has -2 to hit, but holy shit. That doesn't fucking matter. Because we have these, right? Yeah, plus competence bonus on attack rolls. And we also have that spell that's going to turn it into, instead of 2d6, I think it's going to deal 2d8 damage when we cast the hurricane bow, right? Holy fucking shit, it's so good. And it deals acid damage. We don't even have to use the acid spell anymore. This weapon is just... wow. Fucking nuts. You don't scale with strength, do you? No. Oh, you don't... damage even doesn't scale with... dex, does it? The damage dealer. Ow. Right. We need an actual... best bow. Like, if that was RNG, like, if loot is RNG, it's like, holy fucking shit. You can't equip a bow, can you? No. 2 to 9. What did you have? This +1 composite longbow grants its wielder the ability to cast Aspect of the Falcon 3 times. Oh! Oh, right. +3 competence to perception skill checks, +1 competence bonus on attack rolls with ranged weapons. Critical multiplier is 19 and 20 multiplied by 3. We might actually want to learn to use bows with Lindsay, which is too bad because I just learned how to use... I put proficiency in heavy crossbows, didn't I? But this bow is fucking great as well. If you don't, well, not really compared to this one. 5 to 25 versus 2 to 9. But it crits on a 19 and does a triple crit. I think this does a triple crit as well, didn't it? Yeah, only on a 20 though, but a triple crit indeed. And this one gives the... yeah, and this, you have to make the spell. You get +1 to attack. I don't know, the Savage Bow might not be that great anymore, not in comparison here. Don't collect any of that, we will just... Oh, interesting though, I don't have a way out here. Unless maybe if I kill the king, maybe they will...
Something here.
Be fine with that.
Tread lightly.
It's just not my lucky day. No, I'm embarrassed.
Oh, wow. The first time that has happened. People actually failing those rolls.
I failed. I'm sorry.
The path is clear.
Wait, we failed everything? No one can pick this lock? Ah, there we go. Good job, Octavia.
I've spotted something.
Applause, please.
Applause, please.
Trollhound.
Epic pose. I need inspiration.
Did you do again? Sure, let's do some fascination here. Can even do a courage as well. Oh shit.
What a waste.
Why am I attacking the Trollhound first? It's fine. Also, Harim took all the aggro, didn't he? Oh, and the range on Fascinate is not very long, is it?
Aim carefully.
What's that thing?
Become as dust.
Something here.
Anything else?
I feel like it is guaranteed to succeed on the trap disarmament, which is good to hear, I suppose. Oh, Kobold Teacher. Oh, man. Kobold Shaman clad in long, flowing robes swaggers back and forth before the gathered trolls and kobolds. His posture is proud, strict, and imbued with dignity. Orba words, listen closely and speak after. Speak, the kobold student echoes shrilly, then snorts in what may be a laugh. Shaman stares at the student for a while, hissing wordlessly, and then turns to the others. Golb, eat. Golb, eat. Eats. Orba, meat. Meats. Orba, meat. The shaman turns and sees you. His eyes go wide as he points a finger at you. You're Borba. Kill meats. Kill meat. Or Gorham. Alright, so. I think we're gonna do a courage thing here. Do we do an Owl's Wisdom? No. Blessing of the Faithful. Start singing. I think we do a Hurricane Bow here. Yeah, we do a Hurricane Bow. Old person? Time to do some extra attacks or some fire damage, I don't even know. What about you? What do you do? Maybe some strength to yourself? Alright. I think we're gonna rage a little bit here. Waiting for Lindsay to sing, waiting for you to start shooting. You do your thing. Rim still is doing their thing, yeah. Alright. Kristen now can go and do big heal, small heal. Octavia. Maybe we should not go for the trolls first, but the kobolds first.
Attack.
You can do a stunning strike here, actually. Rim can attack kobolds as well. Oh, we're still waiting on that heal to happen. Oh! We're gonna do an attack? Or a prayer? We only have one prayer left. I think we're gonna save that, but we can use Harim's prayer. Yeah. Rim can do a prayer. You don't need to be singing anymore. You are gonna attack that person. Lindsay, and you're gonna attack Kobold Teacher. Kristen, are you attacking something, or another blessing of the faithful, perhaps? I think you're fine just making an attack, actually. You're cleaving, right? Ah. Attack. How much health do you have? 63 hit points. Guess that's fine. Attack. More attacks. Actually, what about you guys attacking? Archer versus Archer, right?
Serves you right.
Repent.
Oh, this troll actually just died. Kristen. Oh, Mary's taking aggro here. I think we're gonna channel positive. No, not yet. And you died as well. Oh, actually, stop raging. Did we stop singing? I forgot that. I should have stopped raging sooner. I think we're also gonna stop cleaving. Dude. There we go. No more cleaving. I'm gonna switch weapons. Or you're gonna attack this.
You forced my hand.
You deserved it. I'll fight if I have to.
Maybe Octavia did the acid damage against them and that's why they died. Who knows? Stop raging usually has the opposite effect. Yep. In real life. The game, it's a game mechanic where you can do... Oh, wow. Teacher has a bunch of books. Masterwork. Short sword. Yeah, let's bring that. A light shield. Sure, it's fine. Scroll of Doom. We can read these books later. The River Freedoms. Chronicle Blades. Prodigal Sons. I feel like some of these books I've read before. Mushrooms! Alright, now if everybody gets over here, we can do one Mary here.
Here I am. See?
I don't know. Check this out. What do we have? For some reason, the trolls haven't broken this piece of art, dwarven art. Applause, please! Applause, please!
Applause, please.
Applause, please. Headband of Inspired Wisdom. Don't I already have that? Headband of Inspired Wisdom. So, who else uses wisdom? Christian, right? Will saving throws for negating. Actually, let's see here. Right. Wisdom describes a character's willpower, common sense, awareness, and intuition. Wisdom is the most important ability for clerics and druids, and it's also the most important. It's also important for monks and rangers. If you want your character to have acute senses, strive for a high wisdom. Every creature has a wisdom score. If a character's wisdom falls to 0, the character loses consciousness. You apply your character's wisdom modifier to will saving throws. Perception and lore checks. Clerics, druids, inquisitors, rangers get a bonus spells based on their wisdom scores. Minimum wisdom score needed to cast a cleric, druid, or ranger spell is 10 plus the spell's level. Wait, so we get more spells? Like if I equip this and take the spell book, we actually do get more spells. Yeah, we get one more right here. Maybe another remove fear. Yeah. Very nice. Well, Eternal Tap says, it's funny how quickly you can get calm people to seethe with anger by just asking them to calm down while they're already calm. Calm down. What makes that funny, by the way? It's not a joke, so you don't have to explain the joke, because there's no joke, but funny more like weird, strange, queer. It's funny. It is weird as well that a person who is angry, if you ask them to calm down, they just won't. Why does it have the opposite effect? I think it's the order thing, right? When you're angry, and when people tell you to do it, it's like, fuck you, right? You could ask someone. Trolls have not been kind to the strange statues. Their purpose remains unknown.
Let us be careful.
Applause, please.
Something here.
Applause, please.
Life is sometimes funny. It is indeed. Sometimes you don't know whether to laugh or cry.
I wish there was another
You
way.
can't stop me.
Cobalt Boomsayer? Oh no. think all of you
I'll try to
get
make
to
this
attack the Boomsayer. Do I want to run with melee over there? I don't think so. Do I need some more dexterity? No, just attack this person as fast as you can. Tristan might even want to make a spell. How much health do you have? 28 hit points. One round of arrows is not going to kill that person then. So maybe we should do... Maybe I should do a cacophonous call. No, blindness. Blindness has a what save? Fortitude. What's your fortitude save? +1? Now let's do a blindness here. Finally, we're gonna get some use out of blindness, I think. Octavia's gonna shoot, though. Oh, actually, Octavia actually could one-shot this person. No, not one-shot, but pretty damn close to one. And well, if we crit, there's a one-shot. But Tristan will probably do something else, like a Bane? Too far away to get a good Bane out and going, so let's move this way. We could do a Burning Hands. There's only you who are protection from fire, right? Most of them don't have protection from fire. I'm actually thinking I might go up here and do a Burning Hands with Tristan. What was this? Thunder Call, Fortitude save. That was rough. Oh, that was 24 with the sneak attack? Holy shit, maybe I should just attack. Oh, you've already done your spell, haven't you? Harry has been taking some damage. I think I want to heal. Yeah, let's heal. Boomsayer. Oh, hideous laughter. Baby, you need to kill that Boomsayer. Tristan here needs to do what? Could do a prayer. I'm actually gonna do a prayer. Sweet. One down. They are attacking the branded troll. Is that good? Oh, this troll is out of health. That means Octavia has to attack that troll. Everybody else switch over to this troll. You should be doing AoE stuff as well. Press the wrong button there. See if the arrow works, or if I have to do like a... No, it did definitely work. I feel like this telekinetic fist is kind of pointless now. It doesn't do anything really. Oh. Suppose it could be useful for something. Oh, right. If someone has IAC, we can use telekinetic fist instead. Yeah, if we just miss with our arrow, we could just use telekinetic fist. We don't even have to use jolt anymore. Because this is not a standard action. You can strike with the telekinetic fist, striking the foe within 30 feet. Oh, it is a ranged touch attack. But still, it's a touch attack instead of normal attack. If only it did some damage. Well, Tap says, I don't regret any of those whom I took into my arms. At least I love them. I cry for all those which I walked past, whom I avoided and ran away from, because always when I let people close to me, I found me close to myself as well. Where's that quote from? Don't recognize it.
A solid plan.
That 38 sneak attack is not terrible. But, Amiri, let's go over here. Get the attack of opportunity, it's fine. You just died. Yeah, some of them are not... You don't have any issues at all. Right, so I actually think that you guys are gonna attack this archer here. And with you, you're gonna attack this archer. Oh, actually, you need to attack this troll. Come on, Octavia, you can do it. There we go. Tap says it's from a song. Better not to live with regrets at all, eh? I actually think it is getting to that lunchtime now. We're gonna continue exploring this place tomorrow. Oh, it's a lyrics translation of the song. Oh, there's a lyrics translate. Nice. Can you ask ChatGPT to translate the song, maybe? Wonder if that would be better than lyrics translate, or maybe lyrics translate is doing similar stuff. That was pretty long lyrics as well. All right, but that. Yeah, that's it for today. So thanks for hanging out and have a good one. Yeah. Cheers.